Good morning. I'm Michael Jones. I'm the president of TMA Bluetech. I'd like to welcome you to day 4 of the 13th annual Bluetech Week. We'll have another great day today. I hope you can be with us all day. We've had 3 incredible days so far. We're honored to begin today with a pre-recorded message from Gina Raimondo, who serves as the 40th U.S. Secretary of Commerce. As Secretary of Commerce, she is focused on a simple but vital mission: to spur good-paying jobs, empower entrepreneurs to innovate and grow, and help American workers and businesses compete. You can see how blue tech figures in there. Secretary Raimondo was formerly the 75th governor of Rhode Island State and its first woman governor. And Rhode Island is the ocean state, so again, it's very fitting that she is getting us started today. Secretary Raimondo will introduce our keynote speaker and my friend, Dr. Rick Spinrad, Undersecretary of Commerce for Ocean and Atmosphere and the 11th NOAA Administrator. With that, we'd like to play the pre-recorded message from Secretary Raimondo. Thanks for being with us.
Hello, everyone. It's great to be here with you at the 13th Annual Bluetech Week. Thank you, Michael, for that introduction. And thank you to TMA Bluetech for your remarkable leadership in protecting our ocean and water resources. The Department of Commerce and TMA Bluetech share a long history of working together, especially our ITA and NOAA. In fact, TMA leads the first maritime technology export initiative in partnership with ITA. From 2017 to 21, the initiative created over 700 jobs and facilitated nearly $26 million in exports for small and medium-sized U.S. companies that offer innovative technologies for our oceans. And that's just the beginning, because addressing climate change is a top priority for our administration. Almost immediately after assuming office, President Biden signed an executive order rejoining the Paris Climate Accord. In April, he reaffirmed the U.S.'s commitment to reducing global greenhouse gas emissions. And there are many more ways that our administration is proving American leadership in a clean energy future is back. Coming from the ocean state of Rhode Island, I understand how essential our oceans are to our economy and our global competitiveness. That's why the Commerce Department is tackling the climate crisis head-on. We're developing a clean tech export competitiveness strategy alongside the Special Presidential Envoy for Climate, John Kerry, to promote our exports and attract more foreign direct investment for our clean tech industries. Our National Institute of Standards and Technologies, known as NIST, is leading the charge on using artificial intelligence to measure greenhouse emissions. And NOAA is using cutting-edge technologies to monitor climate change. Through these and other innovations, like underwater robotics and autonomous shipping, we'll not only address the climate risks of today, but also create millions of good-paying jobs for tomorrow. And we know government can't address climate change or conserve and sustain our oceans alone. We need strong partnerships across the public, private, and academic sectors to get the job done. And that's what Blue Tech Week is all about, building the relationships that will lead our world to a clean energy future. So please stay in touch with us at the Commerce Department as we together build that future. With that, I'll turn it over to NOAA Administrator, Dr. Rick Spinrad.
Thank you, Secretary Raimondo, and thank you also, Michael, TMA Bluetech, for asking me to join Bluetech Week once again. It's a pleasure to be back with you. I'm here to share with you my optimism, and you might be wondering, how can I be so optimistic when I'm obviously sitting in a hotel room? Well, actually, I'm sitting in a hotel room because we are celebrating the award of the Nobel Physics Prize to a longtime NOAA scientist, Dr. Suki Manabe. So you don't get any more optimistic than sharing in the glory, if you will, and the celebration of a Nobel Prize for somebody who has worked in our field for so long. For those of you who may not know much about the agency, the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, I should point out that we are an integral part of the Department of Commerce. Our mission is to observe and predict the changing environment from the depths of the oceans to the surface of the sun, and to share that knowledge with others. We also have responsibility for conservation and management of America's coastal and marine resources, all with a focus on science, service, and stewardship. Can I have the next slide, please? NOAA's priorities tie into the renewable energy and water issues that we're discussing here at Bluetech Week. In the climate arena, we play a critical role in developing and delivering world-class science, data, services, and innovative solutions, some of which you're seeing here in the examples on the screen, help the world adapt to our changing planet. Our climate science, services, decision-making tools, everything from greenhouse gas measurements to sea level rise projections are used in communities in the US and around the world to keep people safe during extreme weather, to drive business decisions for industries like agriculture and transportation, and even many that are emerging on the scene, taking advantage of our products and services like the public health community, and also to build and help build infrastructure for the future. The demand for NOAA's information and services is increasing as the world sees more frequent and more costly extreme weather and climate-related disasters. As just one reference, this year, the average time between billion-dollar natural disasters in the United States is just under 3 weeks. By comparison, 30 or 40 years ago, that number was more like 10 to 12 weeks. Investments in NOAA's climate research, our data, tools, and capacity building are a key part of the United States whole of government response to the climate crisis. I want to share with you some perspectives that are relatively fresh. Earlier this month, world leaders, climate activists, and concerned citizens all joined in Glasgow for the United Nations Climate Change Conference of Parties, or COP26, as it's known. The need for greater action and support for adapting to climate change was a strong theme at COP26. For NOAA, we had a number of deliverables that we identified at the COP event. One was a new plan, the President's Emergency Plan for Adaptation and Resilience, or PREPARE, where we're working with the U.S. Agency for International Development, USAID, and the State Department, and other agencies to help vulnerable countries and communities adapt to and manage the impacts of climate change. In fact, in her speech at COP26, the USAID Administrator Samantha Power highlighted NOAA's hazardous weather prediction capabilities as key to helping countries strengthen and expand early warning systems so they can reach populations in need. Another deliverable we had was tied to the Local 2030 Islands Network, where we and the State Department are supporting this initiative, which is designed to enhance the capacity of island nations to utilize climate information and apply effective management strategies to support sustainable development. And another important deliverable for us is the Blue Carbon Inventory. I think many of the folks on the call and the meeting recognize that attention to blue carbon is one of the newly emerging priorities associated with both mitigation and adaptation of climate change. So NOAA, working with the State Department, will provide technical support to countries around the world to help incorporate coastal blue carbon into their national greenhouse gas inventories. All in all, COP26 ended with a very clear consensus among all nations that we need to raise our ambition and do much more to prevent further warming and adapt to climate impacts. And ultimately, this consequential gathering will result in decisive action to scale up ambition to help within reach the target of 1.5 degrees, to get to that target, including by phasing down the use of fossil fuel subsidies and highly used coal power. Renewable energy is key for reaching this target. So let's go to the next slide, because I'd like to talk to you specifically about NOAA's support for offshore wind. We support offshore wind development through a variety of mechanisms. One is spatial planning, where to put sites. Another is ecological modeling, what are the environmental considerations, as well as social science studies and data management and product development. You want to put offshore wind in places where there's a reliable source of the energy, a reliable wind pattern. And we do this through partnerships at the regional level and to inform some of those transparent and data-driven decisions. We collect, disseminate, synthesize authoritative physical, biological, chemical, and ocean and socioeconomic data to determine the location, the timing, the status of potential impacts to marine resources and coastal and offshore industry and fishing operations to enable more informed decision making and help minimize resource use conflicts. We also produce observations, forecasts, and warnings for the marine, coastal, and offshore waters. And while these products are utilized by many sectors, the offshore wind industry uses them to plan for safe transportation of equipment and crews back and forth to shore throughout the lifetime of the wind farm, which is expected to be about 20 years or more. Weather poses a significant risk to offshore wind, including hurricanes and extreme nor'easters. Accurate information is needed to help safeguard these multi-billion-dollar investments and the safety of life. Now, balancing environmental stewardship and economic development is at the very core of what we do at NOAA. And offshore wind is a lesson on how to balance those two mission priorities. And for example, very recently, we published the proposed designation of the Chumash Heritage National Marine Sanctuary, which will recognize and preserve native, indigenous, tribal heritage and protect the area's rich biodiversity and also build resilience to changing ocean conditions. Have the next slide, please. Another initiative within NOAA, and many of you have heard me talk about this, and I've had some wonderful conversations with Michael Jones about this, is the New Blue Economy. It's a key initiative at NOAA, and our pursuit is along the lines of building this out by creating economic development predicated on the vast availability of ocean and water-derived data, information, and knowledge. Next slide, please. Similarly, we have opportunities to enhance economic development around our water resources, and we work very closely with our colleagues at the U.S. Geological Survey, the Bureau of Reclamation, the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. NOAA's products and services can deliver so much in this space. For example, the National Water Model, depicted here on this slide, covers 2.7 million miles of stream reaches and provides extremely valuable forecast information that can be used by the private sector to develop any number of new products and services. Next slide, please. In all of these efforts, we are striving to ensure equity is at the center of all aspects of our work in order to produce better science, deliver better services, be better stewards of the environment and the economy, and build a more inclusive environment. I talk about the equity lens being pointed both into the organization in terms of our workforce diversity, equity, and inclusion, but also pointed to our user base, if you will. And that means making sure that we are providing our products and services to those communities who are most vulnerable, oftentimes unserved or underserved, whether it's an urban heat island product or a sea level rise product. But it's not just a matter of going out and saying, here you go, here's the product. It's a matter of co-development, which means reaching into those communities using the various resources we've got, whether it's our Sea Grant program or our RESAs scattered around the country, the Regional Integrated Science and Applications programs through our Climate Program Office, and actually taking advantage of things like indigenous traditional ecological knowledge that can be incorporated into the most sophisticated models of climate, weather, and water. So the equity lens is pointed externally and internally and will be an important overlay in everything we do. So briefly in closing, hopefully now you've had a chance to get a sample of some of NOAA's direction with these priorities. Again, I thank you for allowing me to share my aqua optimism and to speak with you at this year's Bluetech Week. I thank TMA Bluetech, particularly you, Michael, for all of the work over the years and the close coordination across NOAA and the Department of Commerce, including, for example, the Economic Development Administration, an organization I should point out with whom we are having extensive discussions already on the blue economy. So watch this space. I think you'll see more. And of course, our colleagues at the International Trade Administration within NOAA and within the Department of Commerce there's a lot of equities that bring to bear on the very focus of aqua optimism at this year's Bluetech conference. Thank you very much.
Well, Rick, as always, you are a fabulous speaker, and thank you so much for doing that. You are so succinct today that you've left us time for Q&A. So if you don't mind, I'd love to ask you a couple of questions.
Great.
First of all, you said something in there. If I wrote it down correctly, was it a national water strategy? Is that the wording that was on that one that showed the United States and all the waterways coming together?
That was the National Water Model, which is a product we've developed over the years, which is part of an emerging set of strategies, I would say, that the administration is putting forward, tied to everything from conservation to adaptation and mitigation on the climate front. But NOAA, years ago, I think it's safe to say, when I first started NOAA, which was in 2003, our attention to the hydrologic component of the Earth system was pretty weak, quite honestly, not very strongly represented. And in the last roughly dozen years, NOAA has really upped our game with respect to hydrology. There is a National Water Center now at the University of Alabama, and with, in cooperation, like I said, with Bureau of Reclamation and USGS and Army Corps, we have developed the National Water Model with pretty high resolution. I mean, 2.7 million stream reaches is a lot of coverage for the country. This ties in, if I can kind of expand just a little bit on that, it ties in with the critical focus on both flood and drought that are key elements of the National Climate Task Force. The gist of which is, can we get better, not just determining where and when water will be in abundance or in absence, but also an aspect of water quality. How good is the water that's going to be in a particular area? This, for example, I think the audience knows that one part of our portfolio at NOAA is the National Marine Fisheries Service. And there are a lot of conflicts and challenges that we have with respect to water management, especially in the West, tied to the needs of the agriculture community, but also tied to the needs of the fishing community, since many of those streams represent the habitat for reproduction and growth of key species like salmon. And a lot of people think, well, if we get the water management in terms of the volume right, we'll solve the problem. But of course, it's more complicated than that, because you might be releasing water from a dam, having satisfied the needs of the agricultural community and the local drinking water requirements, but you may be releasing that water at the wrong time of the day or the week or the year, and as a consequence, the temperature is too high, and you end up actually having devastating consequences on the reproduction cycle of the salmon who are using that water in the streams where it's being released. So, you know, the point I'm trying to make is that this is where the collaboration between the user communities, ranchers, farmers, fishing communities, and the federal agencies who are managing the quality and quantity of water becomes particularly critical. I kind of amped a little bit on you there, Michael, but I wanted to expand on what exactly that particular national water model invoked in terms of its applications.
Well, that was very interesting. I'm reminded of the mission Starfish from the European Commission, which John Bell also spoke about yesterday. And the EU and the EC have taken a view that there is this one water cycle, and aren't looking at just the ocean economy, but really putting the whole blue economy as the ocean and the fresh water. And since it's the National Oceanographic and Atmospheric Administration, I think it's wonderful that NOAA's also not just has this national water model, but maybe is moving in this direction of this unity of vision. Is that a realistic approach? I mean, is that what I'm seeing here?
Yeah, that first of all, thank you for bringing that up, and that is a very perceptive observation. I, for a long time, when I was a career NOAA guy, and before that, had some sense of frustration that whether we're talking with Congress or other communities, there was this tendency to talk about the wet side and the dry side of the agency.
Yeah,
It
yeah,
doesn't work that way. It's an
yeah,
Earth system. And so I've advocated since I've come into this position that it, even though there are some artificialities, the way in which Congress gives us money is broken into these lines that look like a wet side, dry side. But nevertheless, as we do things like developing an Earth prediction system or a unified forecast system, I am insisting that we do that in a fully integrated atmospheric, ocean, hydrologic, cryospheric, biospheric context so that the forecast, the vision really would be that years from now, we could, with the same kind of skill and availability, provide ecological forecasts in the ocean on things like harmful algal blooms or abundances and distributions of critical species for fisheries. At the same time, we're forecasting where the jet stream is going to affect weather in the future. They are inseparable. My good friend Craig McLean is fond of pointing out that our long term forecast depends on good ocean data. And so that's just one example of where the science fiction writer Isaac Asimov once said, saying that there's a pollution problem in one part of the world, but not in ours, is like saying there's a leak in your end of the boat. You got to deal with the whole picture.
yeah,
And the whole
yeah.
picture in our case means the ocean, the atmosphere, the cryosphere, the biosphere, and the hydrosphere. And so that's the holy grail, I think, for us at NOAA.
Well, that's really exciting to hear. Let me turn it for a moment to the clusters. I mean, you're taking your time today to be with us at TMA Blue Tech, and we are working very hard to promote clusters both in the United States and around the world. And I guess I have two parts to my question. One is what do you think clusters can do to help NOAA, and how can we work more closely? That's really one question in my mind. And the second one is the European funding model is primarily focused on getting regional collaboration. And I would say that traditionally the U.S. model has been very geographically focused. For example, the EDA, which has been funding opportunities in the blue sector, which is very exciting, um, doesn't yet have this regional, let's work cross-regional approach the same way, you well know in Europe, where to get a project funded, you're probably going to have 3 countries or 4 countries involved, and the clusters work together because they're following the money, and the money says, ye shall work together. So my questions to you are number one, what can clusters do to help NOAA and so we can be more symbiotic? And then how do we use funding in a way that promotes collaboration across regions and across clusters?
Yeah, great question. Thank you for that, Michael. And not surprised you're raising the question on clusters. You and I, of course, have had a chance to discuss this in many venues over the years.
Yes.
I think addressing your first question on what clusters can do, there's a couple of answers. At the risk of sounding trite, it's the argument that the whole is greater than the sum of the parts. And so I think offering solutions that can be delivered faster because there is that sort of collaborative component to the clusters. Instead of saying we're going to take this really difficult problem, whatever it may be, and first we're going to work on this chunk, and then we're going to work on that piece, and then that piece. I think the clusters can help accelerate the transition from research to operations, applications, and commercialization. The other thing that the clusters can do, and I had the opportunity to look into what's happening in Canada a few years ago specifically, is I think it can the clusters can help raise awareness. As much as you have done with TMA Bluetech, there are a lot more people who are a lot more aware of what's going on in the blue economy writ large as a result of the collective power of the clusters. So raising visibility and accelerating transition into operations, applications, and commercialization are the two things I think clusters can do. On the funding side, I would argue the European um, model has got to be set up that way because that's the nature of their structure. Um, we have an advantage in the US that we have this massive national component. Actually, I should say this massive federal component that I think can be brought to bear a little bit better. I believe regional constructs have some value. The thing that I really like about what the Biden-Harris administration is doing right now is there's much more of a focus on the functionality, if you will. And so the question is less about, hey, what are the problems in the Southwest or the Northwest or the Southeast, and more about how do we deal with issues like flooding. And flooding, in fact, in um, just the next several weeks, I'll be talking with a variety of groups about the nature of flooding in the Northeast. Think about what happened with the hurricanes that came through a couple of months ago, compared to the kind of flooding that we traditionally have in the Plain States and in the Mississippi Upper River and Lower River Basin. And so these end up, fundamentally, they end up as regional issues, but they are really more about the functionality. So the federal government now is organized. If you look at the National Climate Task Force, which is the group that Gina McCarthy leads, it's broken into these working groups on, it's almost biblical in nature: floods, fire, drought, coastal resilience, and heat health. It's not broken into working groups on the Northwest, the Southeast, the Northeast, the Southwest. It'll be interesting to see because it's going to ask us and the federal agencies to bring to bear the sort of equities that we've got that may apply in different regions with minor adjustments as to what's important in one region or another, or what sort of physical system is more dominant in one region or another. So I believe the funding model that we are trying, fundamentally different from what the Europeans are doing. And I call it a funding model. It's really more of an organizational and operational priorities development model right now, which will end up being a funding model, is going to be designed around these functions. Now, have we got the functions right? I think so. I mean, these are the natural disasters that are impacting economies, lives, and property all over. These are the, when I started my talk and I said we're now faced at the end of September, we had $18 billion disasters just this year alone. If you look at fire, drought, flood, coastal resilience, including coastal flooding, and extreme heat, those probably account for, I'm guessing, 15 or 16 of those 18 major disasters. So I think we've got the sort of functions or hazard types addressed in this structure. Within a year or two, we'll be talking about what do we do about it. We've identified the priorities of activity. What do we do about it? And I would love to get back with you at that point and say, okay, well, how did this model work compared to the more geographically oriented approaches that have been used in the past, and by definition, or the way the Europeans are more apt to address this problem.
Very interesting. Well, we welcome that new approach, or that enhanced approach, and again, we would love to help. Maybe I can change a little bit and talk about the intersection of Bluetech and space. I think NOAA is in a wonderful position to do this, but this year and going forward, we are going to have a big focus on Bluetech and space, and partially with the advent of the LEOs, the CubeSats, the ability to gather information, to have real-time communications, to report problems or opportunities on the ocean. We need satellite applications today, but they're so expensive and not necessarily ubiquitous. And that is changing rapidly. And so I'm curious about, we again are putting 2 days, we had a big focus. We've had 15 space agencies from around the world that have participated in Bluetech Week, from El Salvador to Norway to Germany to Taiwan and Japan, of course NASA. So I'm curious if you could give me your vision of kind of this Bluetech space and how we can promote that, and so that American companies can also work at that intersection. What can we do to help?
This is a fascinating area. I think of my own career trajectory, which started early on with the brand new capability for measuring ocean color from space. It
Yeah,
was the Coastal Zone Color Scanner back in the late 70s. And this blew our socks off. The idea that you could actually now basically get a synoptic measure of ocean productivity like that. You're going to get this photograph that tells you where the productive areas are or not. And I think, in addition to the specifics of what ocean color did, it awakened a number of folks in the ocean community to the potential sensing capability. And if you watch what's been done in terms of development of sensors, I think, I'll use the pun, the sky is the limit. But the point is, years ago, if you had told me we might be able to measure carbon from satellites, we are able to measure sea surface salinity from satellites, it makes me wonder what really is the art of the possible. So
yeah,
I am really optimistic about what the sensing capability is. The other part, which you alluded to, is that this is now no longer the realm of the big billion-dollar federal
right.
agencies putting up billion-dollar satellites. We're going to keep doing that. We're going to launch the next geostationary satellite in our series of weather satellites here in February, and we're going to continue doing that for decades to come. But as you point out, you've got a variety of approaches, especially in the LEO domain, of extremely small satellites doing incredible things. And it's not just the sensor per se. There are extraordinary new concepts. The whole concept associated, it's not an ocean product, but GPS radio occultation is a mind-blowing new concept for how we will get vertical profiles of atmospheric phenomena. So there's also the question of, are there operational concepts that are going to change how we can observe, characterize, and measure the ocean? And of course, satellites are going to play an increasingly important role in the real-time data transfer and availability. Another issue which I've had the benefit, by virtue of being an old guy in the industry, of having seen the days where if you wanted to transmit a couple of bits of data by satellite, you had to wait for the satellite to make a pass back over your station, and then you could burp out maybe one page of data. So this explosion of data management or data transfer capabilities, I think, is the other fascinating aspect. There's a cautionary tale here. And in fact, we saw this, unfortunately, just this week when the Russians had an anti-satellite exercise, and in the course of blowing up one of their old satellites, created over 1,000 pieces of space debris. So there's a management role that we have at NOAA in our Office of Space Commerce to uh, track and manage and monitor every bit of stuff in space. And I think it's a sidebar. It's a government function. It's kind of like being the traffic cops in space, but it's one that we have to take into consideration that may end up resulting in some regulatory controls, because we're going to own that piece as well. So again, an asterisk sidebar note: we've got to be cautious about how we do this, especially as we see more private investors launching satellites and sensors. But I am, in the spirit of aqua optimism, I am extraordinarily optimistic about what we're going to see in terms of sensors, operational concepts, and the platforms that we're going to be putting in space. And I think we're going to be in a place where coastal zone managers are going to be relying on those data and information. The people who are going to be developing derived products in what I've characterized as that new blue economy are going to also be critically dependent on a vastly increased flow of data into the system from these new platforms and sensors.
Rick, I wish we had more time, and I wish we could continue, because it's always really an honor and informative to be able to speak with you. Thank you very much for taking the time today. I wish we could be there to honor your scientist. I will make a note just for everybody that's listening. This channel where we are on right now will be the channel that the Offshore Renewable Energy track will continue, and it'll start in less than 5 minutes. And for viewers of the Water Innovation track, please access that through your link in Whova. So if you're staying on Offshore Renewable Energy, stay here. If you're going to Water Innovation, please go over to the link in Whova. Rick, thank you again. I look forward to talking to you. We never even got to the international work you're doing,
Right.
which we also would love to talk about. So another day, hopefully we can link up. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Michael. Bye-bye.
All right, thanks.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome back to this first panel on offshore wind. It's my pleasure this morning to introduce Mike Olson. Good morning, everyone, and welcome back to this first panel on offshore wind. It's my pleasure this morning to introduce Mike Olson. Yeah. My mistake. So is it working correctly now? Great. So sorry about that. So my name is Jason Bush, Executive Director of the Pacific Ocean Energy Trust. It's my pleasure this morning to introduce Mike Olson as the moderator for this panel on offshore wind. Mike Olson has nearly 20 years experience working on offshore energy issues. He is currently Vice President, Policy and Government Affairs at Aker Offshore Wind, where his focus includes helping establish favorable policy and regulatory frameworks in emerging offshore wind energy markets in the U.S. I've known Mike for several years, and I know he brings extensive experience from the private sector with companies such as Aker Offshore Wind and Equinor, but also from the public sector. He was an appointee in the George W. Bush administration at the U.S. Department of the Interior, most recently as Deputy Assistant Secretary for Land and Minerals Management. So it's my pleasure to introduce Mike and this impressive group of offshore wind experts to discuss this quickly emerging and very promising sector. With that, Mike, I'll hand it over to you.
Thank you. Thank you, Jason. I am hearing a horrendous echo. I don't know if anybody else is. Maybe it's just on my end. It is apparently on my end. Okay, well, let's see if I can do this. Thanks to TMA Bluetech for the opportunity to moderate this panel. We have 4 outstanding panelists, each of whom presents a unique and extremely well-informed perspective on offshore wind. My name is Mike Olson. I'm with Aker Offshore Wind. We are a floating offshore wind developer committed to projects that respect the needs of local communities, protect our oceans, and reduce our environmental footprint. Through the Aker group of companies, we bring nearly 2 centuries of deep maritime expertise, including 5 decades of planning, designing, and executing offshore energy projects around the world. Just to set the stage, last March, President Biden announced several initiatives beneficial to the offshore wind industry. Moreover, various coastal states have set ambitious targets for renewable and clean energy development, generally and specifically for offshore wind. While other parts of the world, though, have several gigawatts of offshore wind installed, we have just 2 projects in the US generating a total of 42 megawatts. I'm not going to go into any more detail on this because I don't want to steal any of our panelists' thunder, but suffice it to say, from a policy, technology, environmental, and demand standpoint, it is an exciting time for offshore wind in the US. Now, our plan is to try to make this more of a roundtable discussion, and we hope you'll ask questions. After our panelists introduce themselves, we'll start with some questions focusing on where the industry has been, where we are currently, and where we think things are headed in the future. So panelists, why don't you go ahead and introduce yourselves and your organizations. Jocelyn, why don't you go first, then Stephanie, then Amisha, then Adam.
Sure. Thanks, Mike, and good morning, all. Thanks for taking the time to join us today, and thanks to my fellow panelists for the opportunity to talk with you over the next hour. I'm Jocelyn Brown-Saracino. I am the offshore wind lead at the U.S. Department of Energy, and I have been working on offshore wind for the last 12 years or so. And Mike, would you like us to talk to our slides a little bit now, or would you prefer that we do kind of quick introductions first and then kind of do the more deep dive?
Yeah, let's pull the slides up and use those as you introduce yourselves and your organizations, and then we'll take it from there.
Okay, wonderful. And while the slides get pulled up, I can give a quick voiceover. So the U.S. Department of Energy is a funding entity, essentially. So we work to support transformative R&D to really help realize the energy system of the future. And with respect to offshore wind, we're supporting R&D to lower cost of energy, spur technical innovation, address environmental siting and transmission challenges. And we can go to the next slide. In acknowledgement of the fact that the United States has a really rich offshore wind resource. We have over technical potential of over 2 terawatts. However, as Mike noted, we only have 7 turbines producing power in the United States right now. An acknowledgement of both this immense resource, the possibility of offshore wind really contributing to our nation's climate solution, as well as revitalizing our nation's waterfronts and economies. The Biden administration, in conjunction with the U.S. Department of Energy, Department of Commerce, and Department of Interior, as Mike alluded to in March, established a goal of deploying 30 gigawatts of offshore wind by 2030. And DOE led the analysis of some of the potential impacts of meeting that goal, and they are significant, including carbon reductions of 78 million metric tons, supporting a diverse range of new manufacturing plants, employing close to 80,000 workers in both the offshore wind sector and also jobs in communities induced by the economic stimulus provided by offshore wind development. And I think really critically, the analysis suggests that deploying 30 gigawatts could get the nation on a path to deploying far more offshore wind energy in the future, 110 gigawatts or more. And so we can go on to the next slide. So at the Department of Energy, we're taking a whole of government approach to try to realize both the 30 gigawatt goal, but also to use the 30 gigawatts as a stepping stone to much larger deployment of offshore wind in the future that includes both fixed bottom and floating technologies that you'll hear about throughout the course of this discussion today. And I spoke already a bit about what we do at the U.S. Department of Energy, but I want to just mention briefly that much of the work on offshore wind at the U.S. Department of Energy happens within the Wind Energy Technologies Office. That office is really working hard to lower the levelized cost of energy of offshore wind, adding environmental and grid interconnection challenges, but we are taking a whole of DOE approach, and we have a number of offices across the department working hard to advance offshore wind. And I'll mention, for the sake of time, I'll just mention a couple right now. Our ARPA-E program has invested $40 million in advancing floating offshore wind platform and control co-design, and our loan programs office, which issues loan guarantees, has the potential to provide loan guarantees for a suite of different activities within the offshore space, including manufacturing, transmission, and potentially vessels as well. And so we have a range of resources to bring to bear to help realize a future in which offshore wind is a really central part of the nation's climate solution. And with that, I'll pass it back to you, Mike.
Thank you very much, Jocelyn. Stephanie, why don't we go to you?
Good morning, Mike, and thanks very much for having me on the panel and joining my esteemed colleagues. I am Stephanie McClellan. I am the Chief of Strategy and Policy for Simply Blue Group and also for Total Energies SBE-US, which is a joint venture between Simply Blue Group and Total Energies. And so I bring to this discussion and to offshore wind about 13 years now of offshore wind experience. I feel like that really dates me, but I started working in offshore wind in Delaware when that state had its first power purchase agreement and have traversed the spaces of sort of quasi-NGO, government and private industry. And the bulk of my time in offshore wind has been spent as the founder and director of the Special Initiative on Offshore Wind, which is an organization that was co-founded by the Rockefeller Brothers Fund and the University of Delaware, to develop policies and to catalyze the adoption of those policies to create a pipeline of revenue-supported projects up and down the East Coast. So I'll talk, if we can just move to the next slide, please. So just a little bit about Total Energy's SBEUS. As I said, it is a joint venture between Total Energies and Simply Blue Group. It was launched just about a month ago. And so this slide here just lays out sort of the two parent companies and, sort of the DNA of this joint venture. And I think the most important thing to note here is that we are a pure play floating offshore wind developer, and we are focused on the entire U.S., not just on the West Coast or California, where floating offshore wind will likely get its start. But Total Energy is one of the world's largest energy companies. I think it's the 29th largest company in the world. They are a multi-energy company with an ambition to install 100 gigawatts of global renewable power by 2030 and 30 gigawatts of renewables by 2025. And considering that it's almost 2022, they've set out quite a set of ambitions for themselves. So they bring, not only extensive deep water experience from offshore oil and gas, but they also have 6 gigawatts of offshore wind in development around the globe. And that's including a 2.3 gigawatt project in South Korea. So that is the Total Energy side of the JV. Simply Blue Group is a blue economy developer, about a decade old. We are based in Cork, Ireland, and we have about 3.5 gigawatts of floating offshore wind in development off of the UK and in Ireland. And so the joint venture between Total Energies and Simply Blue Group is really the first broad extension of Simply Blue Group's floating offshore wind development activities outside of the British Isles. But we have here, that's as listed as on the slide, a couple of offshore wind, floating offshore wind projects in development. We have joint ventures also with Shell, in addition to Total Energies. And just today, actually, Simply Blue Group announced that the Western Star portfolio, that's off the west coast of Ireland, is actually now in a joint venture with Shell. So just to the next slide, please. And so again, so what is the joint venture? What is Total Energy's SBEUS going to do here in the United States? Well, our aim is to combine the expertise that Total Energies brings in large-scale offshore wind projects and our floating know-how from Simply Blue Group. We have a team of pioneers in the U.S. offshore wind industry, or veterans, whichever way you want to think about it. And our aim is to unlock untapped deep water opportunities on the east and west coasts. And so, again, I will look forward to the conversation, but that's a little bit about me and about Total Energy's SBEUS.
Thank you very much, Stephanie. Amisha, let's go to you.
Hi, can I have my slides? Well, I'll get started. Hello, everyone. I'm Amisha Patel. I am head of public affairs at Principal Power. Principal Power, oh, brilliant. Thank you. Next slide, please. Just to give you a bit of an overview about Principal Power, we were founded in 2007. We are a floating offshore wind technology and engineering services provider, and we are behind the WindFloat concept, which is a 3-column semi-submersible floating platform for offshore wind turbines. And this can be deployed in water depths up to well over 1,000 meters. We're headquartered in California, so we're homegrown. I'm very proud of that. And we have offices around the world. So as the floating offshore wind industry is expanding globally, so are we. We are currently the market leader in floating offshore wind, with 75 megawatts operating in Portugal and in Scotland. And we're working really hard to retain our leadership through working on a global pipeline. And we're keen to deploy the WindFloat technology at home here in the West Coast as well. Can we go to the next slides, please? Now, to give you a bit of an idea of what I'm talking about, the Here's a float in yellow. It's a triangular floating platform with a wind turbine located on one of the three columns. I'm not going to spend too much time talking about the unique features of our solution today, but it is based on a semi-submersible architecture, and this architecture has around a 6-decade track record in the oil and gas industry. So there's a lot of know-how that has been transferred across from the oil and gas industry to our technology. And we also have ties and roots with UC Berkeley as well. Can we go to the next slide? As I've mentioned, we currently have 75 megawatts operating. We have 30 megawatts to come online in 2023 with one of our projects in France, which is currently being developed. We also have a close to 4 gigawatt pipeline focused on commercial scale projects. So really moving away from sort of the megawatts and looking at a pipeline which will develop into gigawatts of deployment. And just to give you an indication of the market size, our analysis indicates a market of around 45 gigawatts of projects currently under development. Obviously, not all of those will be built, but it's just to give an idea of how aspirational this market is and the work that's currently being undertaken globally. And I think that's my introduction. Thank you.
Now, Mr. Adam Stern.
Thank you, Mike. If I could have my slides up, that would be great. I'm Adam Stern, Executive Director of Offshore Wind California. We are a trade group or business association that represents offshore wind developers and technology firms. And I'm pleased to be on this panel because all three of my colleagues here had a hand in starting Offshore Wind California 2 years ago. Some brave pioneers decided there was a need for a group to promote the interests of the offshore wind industry, specifically those who were trying to develop floating projects in California's coast. And in the last 2 years, we've been engaged in a variety of policy arenas, both at the state and federal level, and have made remarkable progress in setting the industry up for growth and breakthrough projects. Among the things that Mike alluded to in the beginning was, as did Jocelyn, the change in administration resolved some of the siting issues that had kept offshore wind really stuck for a number of years, and created the situation that we're seeing now, where the first 2 call areas at Morro Bay and at Humboldt are now positioned for lease auctions about a year from now. And that is the result of a lot of collaboration from government agencies, including many of the ones that Jocelyn referred to, as well as state engagement from the key agencies that need to provide permits and other approvals for these projects to go forward. We see enormous potential for the industry here, and I think some of the key things that we'll get into in our conversation going forward are educating the public about the promise of offshore wind, explaining the very basic fact that the projects are slated to be 20 to 30 miles offshore, which means that they will be largely out of sight except on the clearest of days, and then only will we see very small toothpicks in the distance. And that this offers a very important resource to help balance out the existing renewable resources that California already has in the form of solar, onshore wind, hydro, and biomass. It could actually be one of the key components of helping the state get to its goal of 100% clean energy by 2045. And let me leave it there.
Adam, thanks to all of you. Now let's go back, I guess, and take a little bit deeper dive into some of the things that you touched on. As I said, we want to take a look back at the history of offshore wind in the U.S., where we are today, and where we think things are going into the future. So Stephanie, let's start with you. You touched on your experience in Delaware. As the founder of the Special Initiative on Offshore Wind, you played an instrumental role in helping stand up the offshore wind industry on the East Coast. And as Adam said, frankly, have been exceptionally helpful on the West Coast as well. I'm sure you could write volumes about all that occurred and your involvement, but could you just take a couple minutes and share some of the highlights of how the industry has grown or taken off on the East Coast?
Sure, and yes, I'm sure I could write volumes and speak ad nauseum. So I'll ask you to cut me off appropriately, because it was such a great experience and great story to see, really, in the past 4 to 5 years, honestly, this new opportunity to harness the largest renewable resource that we have in this country, offshore wind, in a manner that we just haven't seen before happen so quickly. And so I think the key lessons are, or not the lessons, but I think the key threads of this was state leadership and state action. And so, not to in any way give short shrift to the role of the federal government and certainly what the Biden administration is doing today. But as Adam said, the way that this happens in making markets is at the state level. And that's really what we saw on the East Coast. And I think that's what the story of offshore wind in the US has been thus far, is watching states from Massachusetts right on down the coast, putting into place the policies that provided a visibility to the offshore wind industry, to the market, to say this is actually going to be a real industry here. We are going to create a market for you to sell your product, clean electricity generated from the winds offshore. And so we saw these happened in different ways in different states. I will say that some of these states started off, me sitting across the table from them, and our main goal was to get them to sort of unfold their arms in just, talking about offshore wind and watching states move from arms folded and no interest to adopting multi-gigawatt goals or targets of offshore wind by a date certain, sending again to the industry and to the supply chain, you should actually be involved here. And as we saw this large market now on the West Coast, up to 30 gigawatts or more of public policies that commit utilities in those states to purchase offshore wind, we started to see real cost reductions occur. As there are more players in the market, competition increases, and we always talk about competition as sort of being poor man's cost reduction. Without an active federal government doing the work to help bring down the levelized cost of energy, it's the poor man's cost reduction is sort of bringing a lot of people who want to win a power contract, and they'll sharpen their pencils and they'll reduce the costs. And so now we are sitting here. I think we're a lot of this activity happened during the Trump administration, when the federal government was frankly less active on offshore wind, notwithstanding a lot of activity kind of at the staff level, but politically there was not the support for it in the way that the Biden administration has come in and very actively taken a leadership role to make this happen and get it over the finish line. But I bring up the state activity because frankly, had that not happened over the course of the past 5 years, the Biden administration would not be starting from a solid place with all of these state commitments, with lower costs, with supply chain activity, and with really the robust engagement that has happened, that has started to bring stakeholders to understand the value of offshore wind, and frankly to engage in the process to figure out ways that we can all move offshore wind forward together. So there's a lot still left to do. I don't want to gild the lily, but why don't I stop there, and hopefully that sets the stage a little bit for where we are on the East Coast and a little bit about how we got there.
Perfect. Thank you, Stephanie, very much. Jocelyn, let's go to you. And you touched upon some of this stuff during your introduction. So at the risk of having you go back and kind of restate some of the things that you've already said, maybe go a little bit deeper. As Stephanie mentioned, the Biden administration has been exceptionally active on offshore wind since the president took office. And you personally have been instrumental in working to put together the plan or the goal, the target, the stuff behind the scenes that the administration has come out and announced. Can you, given your role at the Department of Energy, can you explain a little bit more about where we are today, the steps that the administration has taken, is taking, and maybe touch, if you can, on some of the things specifically that DOE is doing to advance the offshore wind industry.
Sure,
And by the
yeah.
way, let me pause. I'm sorry, real quickly to interrupt you. We do have, don't forget, 3 or 4 or 5 more slides that if you want, we can pull them up as a visual aid as you all are talking.
Okay, great. Thanks, Mike. Yeah, I'm happy to speak to those points. I had mentioned prior the 30 gigawatt target that the Biden administration announced in March. And I think that has been complemented with both additional sets of really tangible goals as well as a lot of progress over the last year. So at the same time, the gigawatt target was announced a target of reviewing 16 construction and operation plans by 2025. And then just in October, announced a schedule for lease sales that has BOEM aiming to issue 7 new lease sales by 2025. And since March, I think we've seen a lot of really positive action on both the federal level, and also I think the supply chain responding. So we've seen the approval of the first construction and operation plan in Vineyard Wind. We've seen the establishment of new wind energy areas off of New York and California. Stephanie talked very eloquently about the importance of state leadership here and state policies and state commitments. Almost 40 gigawatts at this point. And we've seen a whole suite of really exciting supply chain investments, including just this week an announcement of a commitment to construct the first U.S. flagged scour rock vessel. And we're seeing costs fall too, both domestically and internationally. Just in the last year, for offshore wind are on the order of 16%, and that's against a backdrop of costs falling on the order of 60% since 2015. So we're seeing a lot of really positive progress with respect to offshore wind, but there is still, to get us from a place where we've got 7 turbines in the water, there's a lot left to do. And at the Department of Energy, we're thinking about that in kind of 4 major action areas, the work that we can do to kind of continue the positive trajectories with respect to cost reduction, both to help us catalyze the development of near-term development of offshore wind, but really all of the work that we can do as the federal government to help unlock floating offshore wind moving forward, and make sure that floating offshore wind is also a significant part of offshore wind development in the United States. I mentioned the funding, the investment that we've made in floating offshore wind technology. We also stood up the National Offshore Wind R&D Consortium through a solicitation several years ago, and have been partnering with NYSERDA as well as the consortium and its host of partners on that end. The Department of Energy just last month announced support for a total with cost share of $23 million for research on both the East and West Coast, so both helping us understand and develop solutions to environmental impacts on the East Coast, but also do the work that we need to do to help prepare for the sustainable development of floating offshore wind on the West Coast. We're working really hard to address potential future transmission constraints, including an RFI, a request for information earlier this year with respect to research needs, a literature review and gaps analysis that we published just a couple months ago. And then just last week, we announced the initiation of a major Atlantic interconnect study looking out to 2050 at potential future offshore wind scenarios in the future grid topologies, and looking at potential costs and benefits of those transmission futures. And then finally, we're working really hard to help resolve some of the supply chain issues. So we're, through our support of the National R&D Consortium, we're supporting the development of a national offshore wind supply chain roadmap We're also working to support through our National Renewable Energy Laboratory an offshore wind workforce roadmap. And I mentioned before, our loan program office has the potential to issue billions of dollars in loan guarantees, so has the potential to have a catalytic role in supply chain development.
Excellent. Great. Thank you, Jocelyn. And you talked about, what's been done thus far by the administration, and then referred to some things that you're doing looking into the future. So let's continue to look maybe beyond the horizon a little bit. Stephanie laid out some of the history of where we are on the East Coast with offshore wind. All of that from a technology standpoint, at least thus far, being bottom fixed. Meaning the turbines, the foundations are resting on or are in part of the seafloor, basically in the seafloor. But I think going to you, Amisha, you mentioned previously Principal Power is an independent technology and services provider, and you're offering solutions for floating offshore wind. Can you spend a few minutes talking a little bit more about the different foundation technologies used in offshore wind, and then offer your broad thoughts about where you think the industry is headed technology-wise, maybe both globally and in the US?
Yeah, sure. Thanks, Mike. I'll try and give a broad overview of how the industry is developing globally. So, I like a good statistic, so I'm going to throw a few out there as well. At the end of 2020, we had a total of 35 gigawatts of offshore wind across the world, and that's predominantly fixed. 80% of offshore wind resource sits in deeper water. So we're looking at water depths of around 60 meters to 2,000 meters. So if we're looking at sort of meeting our global ambitious climate change targets and looking at deployment of renewable energy, it really is a floating play as we move forward. In the last year or so, what we've seen is floating offshore wind move from a concept to reality. In terms of concept to reality, I'll also mention in terms of technologies, there's around 70 concepts out there at the moment, and this seems to move every time we have a conversation in the industry on the upside as well. So there's a lot of development in terms of floating technology out there, and we're seeing around a handful currently being deployed and some moving to the prototype stage as well. So the market is growing. The size of projects are also increasing, and we're expecting to see commercial scale projects being deployed by the end of this decade. So there's growth quite quickly. And we also expect in the next decade to see floating projects compete with fixed projects as well. I just want to mention here as well that it's not so much a playoff between fixed and floating. It's really about what is technically feasible. So what floating technology really allows developers to do is allows the flexibility of site selection without water depths being a constraint. So floating technology really drastically expands the places where you can build offshore wind. There are also several benefits as well in terms of, you're seeing projects built in deeper water to minimize the impact on ocean users and also avoid conflict areas. And we're seeing that in the West Coast. Moving further away from shore sort of reduces visual impacts as well. So it's bringing broader benefits in terms of deployment of offshore wind as well. Does that answer your question, or is there any element that you want me to expand? I apologize.
No.
I think I'm talking too much.
No, you're not talking too much. And maybe while I've got you, in conjunction with COP26, you had the opportunity to host some legislators and other officials from California at the Kincardine project in Scotland. While they say a picture is worth 1,000 words, seeing something firsthand is incomparable, I think. Was there anything in particular that stood out to you, that stood out to them, issues that were raised things that were particularly noteworthy during that field trip?
Yeah, I think firstly, and I think it's been mentioned by my fellow panelists, is it's very much a conversation that has moved from should we be doing this to how can we make this a reality, and how quickly can we make this a reality as well. I think there's broad acceptance that floating technology has a key role to play in meeting meeting renewable energy deployment targets. Pertinent to California is the SB 100, which Adam has already mentioned. So I think in terms of actual making a contribution, I think there's sort of unanimous agreement there now. If we go to the specifics of the technology, it's how stable floating technology actually looks on the water. I think that was something that was really noteworthy. The North Sea is very choppy, so to actually see the structures stable and generating was, I think reality really hit home that these structures could come home, and it's real now. We've moved away from concept to reality. The sheer scale as well. Kincardine project is generating, it's 48 megawatts and it's 5 units, hosting 9.5 megawatt turbines. You're looking at sort of the tip of the blade to the structure. There's a 20-meter height. So I think getting up close there, you really realize the scale of these structures, and they're going to get bigger. So I think I think those elements were really noted. And I think a key aspect of the conversations that we had with state officials, legislators, senators, assembly members was collaboration. And I think that this is really essential. We've seen with Fixed globally where industries have developed, it's been a collaborative effort from supply chain, from developers, the industry, environmental groups, supply chain, if I haven't mentioned that, coming together to build an industry that benefits all groups and the local community. And I think that a lot of the discussions were around how we make that a reality on the West Coast, and in particularly in California.
Perfect. Thank you. So speaking of California, Mr. Stern, in your introduction, you mentioned you're the executive director of an organization whose purpose is to promote offshore wind in California, to help establish favorable policies, positive, useful regulatory framework, et cetera, in California. The California offshore wind story is an interesting one that involves a lot of effort by a lot of people. But while we're just getting started there, you mentioned the designation of wind energy areas. We are now, or where we are now, has actually been years in the making. And you talked a little bit about this in your intro. Can you spend a little bit more time here talking about what makes California unique from an energy perspective, why offshore wind will or should play such an important role in California's energy mix, and some of the hurdles that we have had to jump thus far to get to where we are today?
Happy to, Mike. Thanks for setting me up so well. And you've been a big part of that history, one of the early people who saw the opportunity in California and started talking with policymakers. I also want to thank Amisha for her terrific tour guide service, bringing legislators up close to the projects themselves to help them envision how this could be a part of California's energy picture going forward. The history in California is interesting. Of course, we've been a leader in renewable energy. We made enormous advances in the last decade with solar and onshore wind. We now have roughly 60% of our electricity supply comes from carbon-free sources, which is remarkable. There's actually an app on the California ISO that you can download that track in real time the progress California is making. But with all that significant achievement, what has become apparent, and really in the last few years in the process of preparing the response to the SB 100 legislation, policymakers became aware that there was a big gap, that we made all this progress, but we didn't know what were going to be the components of the rest of the pie that would bring us to 100% clean energy. And offshore wind, in part because of the advances that Jocelyn referred to in terms of cost reduction, the experience on the East Coast that Stephanie played a leadership role in catalyzing. Suddenly, offshore wind emerged as a contender for being one of the remaining parts of the puzzle that would get us to this vision of 100% clean energy. And in particular, there's a path that happens almost every day in California where the sun rises and solar starts to produce a significant part of our electric grid. But then, of course, when the sun goes down, we're faced with a gap, and we're relying currently on natural gas to fill in that 8 to 12 hours of time. And it turns out from the research that the National Renewable Energy Laboratory has done, offshore wind is at its strongest in the evening and night, exactly the time when we need this extra supply to balance our grid. And that revelation, together with some blackouts that happened the summer of 2020, it really put a spotlight on this problem, I think helped contribute to the momentum that now offshore wind is taking advantage of. And I want to mention another key part, which is that in the last year and a half, a coalition of environmental organizations, environmental justice groups, labor unions, and industry worked together to put forward a piece of legislation now known as AB 525 to direct the state of California to develop a strategic plan, including targets for how much offshore wind would be produced over certain years, 2030 and then 2045. This law was passed in September and signed by Governor Newsom. And one of the exciting immediate impacts of that is that the state, through its Energy Commission, will by the end of June of next year need to deliver the first set of targets. And this is really paralleling or mirroring the work that was done on the East Coast to set targets or goals that Stephanie described as being such an important trigger and motivator for industry to engage here. With respect, Mike, to the question about hurdles, there are a lot of them, and they cover the gamut from completing the siting process. Permitting is very complicated because not only do you have federal permits that are required, but there's many as a dozen state agencies that are going to be engaged in this process to review the projects. Transmission is another big one. California has a grid that has been put together in Band-Aid fashion over nearly 100 years, and there are parts of it that are quite weak and not well set up for something like offshore wind. We need to take advantage of things like the new infrastructure bill that was just passed and make sure that the grid is upgraded so that we can take advantage of this resource. I'd say also, I can't emphasize enough the importance of education. Californians care dearly about their coast. It's unlike the East Coast, which has been developed over many decades. Much of the California coast is pristine, and people's image of what the state represents is often tied to that coastal view. We need to help people, from policymakers to ocean users to citizens who go to the beach, understand how this technology works, to appreciate that we have 20 to 30 miles off our coast one of the most amazing resources our planet offers. And if we do this right and develop it responsibly and take care of our wildlife and other cultural resources, this could actually be one of the pivotal dimensions of getting to the 100% renewable energy that we need to in order to address our climate change issues. There are more challenges we could discuss, and I look forward to, if there is still time in this program, But I want to just again thank some of the leadership from people like Mike and Stephanie, who saw this future early and kind of set the stage to then take advantage of the political momentum that we've now gotten from the new administration.
Thank you, Adam, and thank you very much for the kind words. I appreciate it. Like I said, there were a lot of people involved. You yourself being one of those. But thank you. I appreciate it. Stephanie, let's go back to you for a minute and talk supply chain and the development of a supply chain in the U.S. One of the things we hear about with respect to offshore wind generally, and then more specifically to floating wind, where's the supply chain going to come from? How is that going to work? Can you talk a bit about maybe about the numbers we expect to see in terms of investments, just big picture, and how that relates to the development of a supply chain and what we can be looking toward as the supply chain develops in the U.S.
Sure. And also, thank you, Adam, for your kind words. It's nice of you to say. And I will just also say that East Coast coastal communities, they love their coast just as much as Californians do. So trust me, they think they're pristine. They may not be, but they think they're pristine. In terms of supply chain, so the special initiative on offshore wind, just I think in October, put out a refresh to a supply chain forecast that we did 2 years ago in 2019. And what they're projecting is that between now and 2030, that the offshore wind sector in the United States will expend about $109 billion to essentially build, construct, and then begin to operate, off that 30 gigawatts of offshore wind projects. And so, a lot of times people say, well, where's that $109 billion going to be spent? So let me just back up for a second. That is everything from the development expenditures, the operation and maintenance expenditures, which both are locally, right? Those things happen in the United States. You have to operate and maintain the farms where they are, and you develop the projects here. But it also includes the capital expenditures. So that's the turbines themselves, the towers, the foundations, the cables, the installation of all of those, the work packages that are involved with the installation of those. So together, that's $109 billion. And the first question that people ask about that is, well, is that, is that going to be spent in the United States? And I think, what we're starting to see is, I think, kind of two paths forward. And I always, there's great work that's being done by offshore wind developers, by state and federal policymakers, and by supply chain companies themselves to meet the demand for local manufacturing and the creation of jobs and value in the United States. And I think that's something that there was a big question mark around it, even just a couple of years ago. Was that going to happen? Or were these materials, were these capital expenditures going to be made in European countries? Because I think the one thing that we need to sort of just be clear about when we talk about fixed bottom offshore wind versus floating offshore wind is that fixed bottom offshore wind that moved first in Europe, right? The sort of 35 gigawatts or whatever it is now of fixed bottom that's installed. That was technology that was created in European countries for European projects installed in European conditions. And so, that IP that was created is European IP. And so there's a difficulty, frankly, to sort of bring that, intellectual property to the United States. And so, there will still be, I think, a lot of really good, creative, savvy work done by industry and policymakers to bring as much of that supply chain to the U.S. as possible as it relates to turbines, blades, foundations, and cables. And we're starting to see that just last week. Nexans opened up its first cable manufacturing facility in South Carolina. It's starting as an export facility. The first cables they're producing are for projects in the United Kingdom. So, I mean, it's a really great story. I think that's a blade a blade finishing facility that will open up. I'm in Philadelphia, right across the river from where I am in Philadelphia. Towers that are starting to be fabricated here. So it's a great story in terms of starting to bring some of that 109 billion to the U.S. shores. But I think that floating is really an interesting divergence from that story and how it's gone thus far. And I think we can't say enough that Principal Power is a U.S. company, but its technology is first being deployed in Portugal and in Scotland, and we expect it's going to be deployed even far more globally. But I think the important thing to note is that the way in which the floating offshore wind supply chain is developing right now, it's not only developing for European projects like Fixed Bottom did. So we have this opportunity. It's somewhat up for grabs in a way that Fixed Bottom, supply chain is not. And so floating offshore wind moving into states like California, moving into states like Oregon, which is on the BOEM, the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management's timeline to have an auction for a wind energy area in Oregon in just a couple of years, the Gulf of Maine, deeper waters off of the New York Bight. The more that we have a visible floating offshore wind industry in the US, just like we needed that market visibility for Fixed Bottom to start to attract competitors and supply chain companies here, that floating offshore wind opportunity is actually much greater to really capture much, much more of it. And also, to be clear, that 109 billion, it doesn't include anything that's in that floating offshore wind supply chain right now, because the methodology of that project was to look at, for what's already contracted and leased, what will be the capital expenditures, DevEx and OpEx associated with those. So floating offshore wind presents this whole new opportunity on top of that 109 billion, and it's up for grabs. So, this is the reason why Total Energy's SBEUS is really focused on floating and forging the next frontier, because we really do believe that done right, we'll be able to really drive a much bigger and broader offshore wind supply chain for the U.S.
Thank you, Stephanie. Yes, you don't have to raise your hand. You can just shout it out. Amisha.
I just want to build a little bit on the points that Steph has made as well. I think in terms of sort of supply chain development for floating, the wind float is an example, as I've mentioned before, of leveraging oil and gas sector capability. And Steph has mentioned the Gulf of Maine, Gulf of Mexico, and sort of the scope for floating to be developed there as well, where there is a strong oil and gas sector capability. So, and I think we saw some of that application for Block Island as well, if I'm not mistaken. So the offshore wind industry has been present in the US and sort of transferring of that capability for some time now. So I think we can't sort of I think we can really see diversification sort of taking place and coming into play in the US as well, which will help accelerate supply chain development. And we're seeing examples of that around the world. ScotWind, for example, where there's a big leasing round currently, 10 gigawatts up for grabs, quite a lot of floating there as well, and really leveraging, I think a lot of the developers have had to place supply chain plans within their bids and show how they're going to encourage supply chain capability, and fabrication is one of those areas as well that is being looked at in ScotWind. So I think, yeah, oil and gas sector capability, certainly potential to tap in there for the US.
And if I just want to add, I was just going to add to that. I think the thing that if we think about floating structures and the maturity of that technology, floating offshore wind is actually an integration play. It's not a new technology. It's the integration between a mature floating substructures and mature offshore wind turbine technology. And so those things tend to move much faster than sort of a new technology. And I think that sometimes gets lost in the discussion about this, but I think we can really move this very quickly.
Thank you both. Jocelyn, anything that you would like to add to this discussion on this particular topic? And then I have something else I want to ask you about.
Yeah, I guess just to underscore that I think that the Biden administration has been very supportive of really trying to build a robust domestic supply chain for offshore wind in recognition, I think, just of everything that was just said with respect to both the economic value that it can bring, the jobs, but also the potential role for offshore wind as part of a just energy transition. And the way in which offshore wind can flow benefits to communities. And so I think that there has been just a really strong signal on lots of fronts that there's support to not only build, the near-term supply chain in the United States, but also kind of looking toward the future. How do we design for U.S. manufacturing as we're thinking that opportunity space for floating? How do we make sure that the United States can be a leader in manufacturing for floating offshore wind moving forward?
That's great points by all three of you. Let me just shift gears a little bit, and I apologize. We're kind of jumping around a bit. We only have 7 or so minutes left. I'll start with you, Jocelyn, then I'd like Adam, you to weigh in here after Jocelyn, and then anybody else for that matter who has something to say. But we've talked about the ambitious goals of the Biden administration, what states are doing, all the positive momentum that the industry has, but not everybody sees the benefit of offshore wind. I mean, Stephanie, you talked about some opposition or concern on the East Coast about pristine views. Adam, you did the same. So let me ask you, Jocelyn, we'll start with you. What are some key challenges to the development of offshore wind? But more importantly, what is being done or should be done to address some of those key concerns?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think there's a real need to consider as we develop offshore wind, how do we optimize the potential for co-use? So as we're siting projects, how do we optimize the potential for co-use of the ocean space? How do we design projects in ways and develop projects in ways that really bring the diverse set of stakeholders that use the ocean space, have equities in the ocean space to the table, and make sure that their voices and equities are heard and considered throughout the process. And there's a lot of good work being done on that front on behalf of the federal government, the state governments, developers, and also a whole host of other actors in this space who are really, deeply committed to developing offshore wind in a way that optimizes the potential for co-use and also it develops offshore wind in a way that benefits really do flow to communities. So I can give you some examples of work that DOE is doing. We are supporting co-funding through NOAA Sea Grant and the NOAA NIMS Northeast Fisheries Science Center to support research on optimization of co-use and plan to make announcements with respect to that tranche of new research this winter. And that's against a backdrop of research activities and partnerships that are springing up around the country, including the establishment of groups like ROSA, which are really trying to bring together the fishing community and the development community to address support the science to address co-use with offshore energy and fisheries. And we're seeing similar collaborations there in the environmental space too. How do we work to ensure that as we develop the offshore wind that's so critical to addressing the world's largest environmental challenge, climate change, that we're doing so in a way that is sustainable and minimizes local impacts.
Outstanding points. Adam, your thoughts on this?
Yes, well, to build on what Jocelyn said, our industry is a big believer in coexistence. That is, that it's possible to have offshore wind and preserve marine resources and the fishing industry and other ocean users to have paths of navigation to take advantage of the ocean as they have been. I think a lot of it is going to require careful listening and stakeholder engagement. I'm very pleased to see that the Federal Bureau of Ocean Energy Management, along with state agencies like the California Energy Commission, are doing extensive outreach in California right now. In fact, this week, there are a series of meetings happening with the fishing community. And tomorrow, the San Luis Obispo Tribune is sponsoring an hour-long seminar with Congressman Carbajal, who's adjacent to one of the key wind energy areas, the commissioner of the Energy Commission, some other stakeholders who are involved, for a dialogue about some of the same things we've been discussing. So I'm very confident with the innovation that the industry has shown already. There will be solutions to problems that may be identified. We need to do a good job of monitoring our impacts, and we need to be ready to make corrections as needed. But if you look at it in the big picture, we're in the middle of a climate emergency. It's becoming evident to us every day. We need this resource to help fulfill the vision of 100% clean energy. I think people look at it with that lens, we'll be able to find the solutions to work out the issues that present potential conflicts. And people on this call, I know, are going to be part of that conversation.
Thank you, Adam. Amisha? Stephanie? Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Just
No,
to
go
add
ahead.
to just to add to that, we see this as an environmental opportunity, and where projects are currently being deployed, environmental conservation, community benefit is at the center of development. I think that's really, really important. There's a lot of ongoing research as well. I can give an example of our project in France where the project is located in a protected marine area, and we're currently researching artificial reefs to be deployed on the floating structures as well. So we see that as a key requirement moving forward as well. So work is being done. And I think Mike, just referring to one of the projects that Principal Power is working with, Aker Offshore Wind and Ocean Winds in South Korea. The project has been strategically located 75 kilometers away from shore, in conjunction with stakeholder engagement with government and local groups to make sure that it's located in a deconflicted site, and also providing clean air, because air quality has been a real problem for the community and in South Korea as well. So we've worked really, really closely on the development of that project. So it's at the center and it is happening.
Very good. Thank you. Did you want to add anything? No? Stephanie?
Me?
Oh, yeah.
Well, I'm just looking. Yeah, just a few seconds, 30 seconds left here. I would just say that up until COVID, these would have been, the co-use would have been like the single major issue. Like, this is what we have to solve. And I agree with everything that my fellow panelists have said, and thank the Biden administration for all the work they're doing to advance the research that needs to be done. I will just say, though, supply chain bottlenecks as it relates to just the economy more broadly, and what that means in terms of being able to deliver the projects that need to be delivered on time here. I think that's one of the critical issues that this industry is going to face in the next couple of years.
Thank you very much. Thanks to all of you. I believe our time is up. Before we all just get cut off, I want to thank our panelists. You've all done a wonderful job. Thank you for bringing your expertise and insight, knowledge of this industry. So thank you very much. Appreciate what you have said.
Thank you, Mike.
Thank you, Mike.
Thanks, Mike.
Thank you, Mike.
Thank you.
Good morning, and welcome back to the next TMA Bluetech panel on marine hydrokinetics, or as we like to say, marine energy. My name is Jason Bush, Executive Director of the Pacific Ocean Energy Trust, poet, and it's my honor today to be able to participate in all the panels and host a roundtable at the end of the day. I want to remind folks at the end of the scheduled panels today, we're going to immediately go into a roundtable event. And we encourage all of the panelists and moderators to join us at the end of the event. And we hope the audience, of course, will join us as well to hear some final observations regarding the future of ocean clean energy from the oceans. With that, I want to thank again Michael Jones and Matt Klassen and all the team at Maritime Alliance for bringing us all together today for this informative event. Our next panel is going to discuss marine energy, and we've got Matt Sanders is going to moderate for us. I've known Matt now for over a decade. He works with me at the Pacific Ocean Energy Trust, but I'll read a standard bio for you instead of telling you personal stories about him. So Matt is the program director for the Pacific Ocean Energy Trust, a 501c3 nonprofit with the mission to promote ocean-based climate solutions. Matt is the marine energy lead for POET and is currently leading POET's effort as the network director for the testing expertise and access for marine energy research, as we call the TEAMER program. Matt earned his Bachelor of Science in Forest Sciences from Colorado State University and his MBA from Portland State University. With that, I'll hand it over to Matt Sanders.
Thanks, Jason. Thanks to TMA Bluetech for having us back this year. Speak again. Really excited to present this panel today and moderate it. Really great opportunities and a lot of updates and exciting things happening in the marine energy world today. Specifically today, I think most of this panel will be talking about wave energy devices, but marine energy does encompass both tidal and ocean currents, as well as other types of marine-based energy conversions. Just real briefly, I want to take about 30 seconds to talk about the testing expertise and access to marine energy research program. It's an opportunity that POET is administering, supported by the U.S. Department of Energy, to provide access to marine energy developers. That includes both wave and tidal and any type of current energy. Access to testing and testing infrastructure in the United States, as well as expertise at national labs and other institutions around the country. So I recommend anyone following this who might be a technology developer looking to access the world-class expertise we have in the United States to check out teamer-us.org. And I'm actually the program director for the Pacific Ocean Energy Trust, not the Oregon Wave Energy Trust. That was our former name. So feel free to check us out at pacificoceanenergy.org for all the great work that POET's doing as well. With that, I'm happy to hand it off to Jack. Jack will start the panel. I'll let everyone on the panel do their own intros. So feel free, guys, to talk about yourself for a few minutes before you start talking about the technology. With that, Jack, go ahead. Thanks.
Great. Thanks so much, Matt and Jason, and thanks for having me here. So I know a lot of my fellow panelists are in the grid scale wave energy, but I will start off by talking about small scale ocean wave energy and its utilities for ocean science. Next slide. So I'm with a startup company called Ocean Motion Technologies. We are fabricating a small-scale off-grid modular ocean wave energy device, and most of our commercial partners focus on low-power applications in data buoys for ocean observation, maritime monitoring, offshore aquaculture monitoring, and surveillance for coastal security and defense. And this device is controlled by a artificial intelligence system, so it can adapt to ambient wave conditions and optimize power output. And personally, I am trained. I was trained as an oceanographer, and currently I am also a research fellow at NASA's Jet Propulsion Laboratory. So for this presentation, I'd like to talk about small-scale marine hydrokinetic energy and echoing one of the major topics here at 2021 Bluetech Week, which is the interconnection between the space industry and the blue economy. Next slide. So this is just some background illustrating how the two industries, which are seemingly different, but are actually quite interconnected. So in 1978, NASA launched the coastal zone color scanner on board of the Nimbus 7 satellite, and this is one of the first surveillance ocean observing satellite launched into orbit. And CZCS is a multi-channel passive radiometer, and it records quite literally the color of the ocean. And because it's a spaceborne platform, it offers unprecedented spatial and temporal data coverage of the entire ocean surface that was never seen before in the field of ocean science. And the first few years of satellite oceanography generated lots of literatures like this one you see on the slide, where these groundbreaking ocean color data sets proved or disproved many of the theories in oceanography and allowed researchers to see very large scale currents and other features like never before. Next slide. And since CZCS, NASA and space agencies from other nations have launched a lot more ocean observing satellites, and they have been providing a huge amount of data over the last 20 years. Next slide. So just to help everyone better understand how space research is deeply connected with ocean science, we need to get into the weeds of this field, and this is just one of the many examples and something I work with every day. So the bottom right of this slide is showing marine phytoplankton, and these are single-cell plant organisms that are ubiquitous in the ocean surface, and they are just like plants on land, so they do photosynthesis. And all of us are alive because of these tiny phytoplankton in the ocean. And just like plants on land, they have the chlorophyll pigment, which can be directly measured optically by satellites. So this means we can very accurately quantify how much plant biomass is in the ocean from space. Next slide. And if these data are compiled over time, you can see the seasonal time series over the entire globe. And you can also see these very large scale features on a decadal scale. Next slide. However, this very powerful technique has its own limitations. And that is remote sensing data usually requires very rigorous calibration and validation. And this is more difficult to do in the ocean. And sometimes when coastal oceanographers want to observe the near shore, satellite remote sensing just doesn't always have the necessary resolution to resolve these features. And passive sensors like the one I just mentioned earlier for observing chlorophyll are also highly dependent on ancillary environmental factors like cloud cover or light availability. And so in the top panel, you can see the 2020 chlorophyll time series from the Western Antarctic Peninsula, which is lacking about 6 months of data, and this is mostly due to the polar nights. And on the bottom panel, this is actually our debut of an experimental algorithm that we're working on, which can detect glacial meltwater fraction. And we're very interested in the time period of December 2015 because it corresponds with our field work in this area. And you can see the image is lacking data, particularly in the southern part, and this is due to light availability and sea ice. So we really need cost-effective big data solutions in the ocean to close these data gaps. Next slide. And we're really lucky because the blue economy is transitioning to a big data paradigm, and these big data capabilities can be achieved by 3 categories of technologies. First is autonomy, driven by cheaper and more reliable autonomous technologies. And we see a lot of vendors working on this category right here at Bluetech Week. It's also driven by network, which refers to linking these autonomous sensors and the platforms over space and in time so they can communicate with one another. But there is a R&D bottleneck in realizing this big data paradigm. And the problem is not autonomy and network, which we have basically perfected on land. The problem is we don't have cost-effective power solution to support these big data infrastructures. So this makes big data really expensive in the ocean. Next slide. And let me just quickly clarify what I mean by big data, and this is quite literally what end users work with. So when end users demand big data, we're talking about higher data resolution, meaning more rows of data. So we have to sample faster at more locations. We're asking for more variables, meaning more columns of this data. So this is usually achieved by installing more sensors or doing feature engineering. And in applied ocean sciences, we're also asking for near real-time or live reporting, so transmitting a copy of this data frame almost instantaneously. And satisfying these capabilities would gradually shift the blue economy and ocean science to a big data paradigm. Next slide. And circling back to the interconnection between the space and ocean industries, this reminds me of the commercialization of CubeSats over a decade ago. And the development of CubeSats were driven by major advances in cheaper and more reliable sensors. There was also a huge demand for big data from space. And these CubeSats have many very clear competitive advantages, and they can supplement or sometimes completely replace conventional spaceborne observation systems. But there was a very slow adoption by the industry. And what I just described to you is exactly what small-scale ocean energy is experiencing today. But the difference here is that the vendors in the space industry back then did not have the equivalent of the DOE, POET, and TMA to advocate for their community at a high level. So our community has a major competitive advantage in contrast to the space industry. And all we have to do is to figure out ways to engage more end users and also find ways to collaborate with one another in order to meaningfully support this paradigm shift to big data in the blue economy. Next slide. And that's all I have. Thanks.
Jack, thank you very much. Very informative and interesting presentation. I really need to see it in person here. I've been following you guys for a bit. I think we're going to go next to Rents. So Rents, please go ahead.
Great, thanks. Hi, everyone. Rins Leesman, CEO of Sea-Power. Thanks to Matt, thanks to Bluetech Week for the opportunity to speak with you today. So a little bit of background about Sea-Power. Sea-Power is an ocean energy power and data company. Our product development and delivery team is based in Oregon. Actually, our original technology came out of Oregon State University. I'm based on the East Coast, and we also have UK operations. So since the company was formed, we put tens of thousands of hours into the engineering, manufacturing, testing of our systems. That's resulted in a first product actually being sold and starting to build a commercial pipeline as we release our products into the market. We've brought in 50 patents to date in 3 families. Actually just filed a new provisional yesterday on the product that we're going to focus on today. So next slide, please. I want to frame the discussion a bit, and I find this to really be an amazing stat. 35 billion versus 10,000 sensors, IoT sensors, really Internet of Ocean Things. And what I think this shows is really just how far behind the ocean economy is with regards to the terrestrial economy. So if you think about all of those macro trends, decarbonization, autonomy, AI, robotics, electrification, all of those macro trends that have dominated the terrestrial economy, they are just slow to come to the ocean. And I think Jack touched on this in a second, but it begs the question is, why is this? Next slide, please. It's really because the ocean, it's a power desert, I think, as we like to refer to it. And I'm preaching to the choir here, but really any time that you want to do anything in the ocean, you have to take people and power on site to get it done. And what that means is doing any operation, it's costly, it's carbon intensive, it's complex. So at Sea-Power, we solve this problem by turning that power desert into an energized, data-enriched environment. Next slide, please. We're bringing 3 products to market: ocean energy products, ocean energy and data products. And we fit roughly into this gap. We call it a 10 to 10 gap, roughly 10 watts to 10 megawatts. It's not a perfect division, but it gives you an idea. And this is really the largest market sector for power and data at sea. And this gap is created because of solar's inability on the lower end to cover the power spectrum, the power range here, and offshore wind, its inability to scale down and cover some of these areas. And the ability of these systems to provide power and data at sea is very significant, and with a significant value proposition, some 50 to 90% reduction in cost and emissions. Now, we're going to focus on the Sea Ray today. That's a part of a class of systems called autonomous offshore power systems, or AOPSs. And you can think of an AOPS as the combination of a cell tower and a data server and a charging station, but out in the ocean. Next slide, please. So the purpose of an AOPS is to provide power generation, local energy storage, data services, and connectedness. And that is at its essence. And the goal here is to provide power and data support for a variety of mobile and static assets, whether it's on the surface or on the seafloor. Again, many of the things that Jack was showing in his OV1 slide there. Next slide, please. So the primary use or the primary applications for an AOPS, Sea Ray, or anyone else's is to cover 4 essential use cases. And these are use cases that are really independent of the business model and industry sector. It can be commercial, defense, security, research, aquaculture. Because again, at its core, it's the provision of those power, data, energy storage, and connectedness services. So marine robotics, we have data gathering and communication systems, operating equipment, and then at-sea charging of unmanned surface vessels. Next slide, please. So the Sea Ray AOPS is based of sort of 3 essential components. The wave energy converter on the surface. For our system, we use a single line for station keeping, power and data transfer. It has copper in it for the power, fiber optics in for bidirectional high bandwidth transmission between the surface and the seafloor. And then a seafloor base unit, which serves as the gravity anchor, energy storage, payload interfaces. Now, the energy storage can be really scattered at the surface within the wave energy converter, at the seafloor, or a combination thereof. The Sea Ray does not have to be a moored system. It's also drifting. In fact, the first one that we sold into a Navy project is specifically a drifting system, and I'll show a picture of that in just a second. So next slide, please. And as I mentioned, the goal of any AOPS, and the Sea Ray in particular, is to be able to support a variety of assets, mobile and static both. And this can be AUVs, it can be static seafloor data gathering systems, it can be surface systems, operating equipment, tethered ROVs. It's really, the system is built, it's designed, any AOPS is designed to be agnostic really to the use. I've just shown some of the partners, customers that we have started to gain here over the last year as we get ready to release this system. Next slide, please. So we have an upcoming demonstration in Hawaii at the WETS, the Wave Energy Test Site, the Navy's test site. This is a DOE and Navy-sponsored project along with Sea Power. From the Navy's perspective, this application demonstration is also part of Coastal Trident 2021 and expect or hope to be part of Coastal Trident 2022 also. This is a 2 kilowatt system, generation capacity system. We have 55 kilowatt hours of energy storage on the bottom. Again, as I mentioned, bidirectional data and comms. This system has been designed to survive the 100-year storm off the Pacific Northwest coast. We're getting pushed to think about survivability in 500-year storm conditions, but not quite there yet. It's built to meet market needs for non-complex logistics. This system's going to get deployed in Hawaii with an 85-foot workboat. I think has 4 crew members on board. And it's a very small, it's containerizable. It will ship to Hawaii in a container. Its total mass is 15 tons. Next slide, please. So just to give you an idea of what we are demonstrating in Hawaii, we have a Saab Sabertooth that'll be operating in untethered mode. I've listed the variety of sensors that it'll have on board. It'll be performing bottom surveys, change detection, mine countermeasure type operations. We have an environmental monitoring system from Biosonics. This is effectively ultrasound for the surface and the water column to see what's moving, whether it's mammals, fish, swimmers, or surface vessels. We're approving for oil and gas application, methane leak detection asset. Fugro will be putting a seafloor data gathering system in, and we'll be supporting multiple of these assets simultaneously. It's really be the first time that anyone has done that. We have a new OEM that's going to come in with a subsea control module and a video surveillance system also. Next slide, please. Just real quick, this is a picture of the nacelle of the Sea Ray, the K2 at NREL for validation testing. It's there. We'll be shipping out soon, hopefully. Next slide, please. This is the K2, or sorry, the K.5 that we sold. This is going to that Navy project that's come out of the paint shop. And just to give you an idea of scale, that system is roughly about 8 feet across. So again, light, compact, portable, easily deployable. Next slide, please. So with that, I'll close. Thank you very much, and look forward to any Q&A afterwards. Back to you, Matt.
Thanks, Renst. Before we get to Patrick, I believe Patrick's next. Yeah, just want to encourage anyone in the audience today to start putting some questions in the Q&A feature on the Huva app there, and we'll make sure to address those at the end of the session as well. So with that, we'll go from sea power to core power. Try not to confuse those. Two very different technologies supporting a similar market. But Patrick, go ahead. Look forward to your presentation.
Thanks a lot. My name is Patrick Moller. I'm CEO and co-founder of Core Power Ocean here. And we are a developer of a new type of high efficiency wave energy technology. Next one, please. So Core Power, we are headquartered in Sweden with operations in a few places in Europe today, and we hope to keep growing in California and Oregon in the coming years here. We stand out a bit about having followed a very structured product verification approach from day one. So we're currently in stage 4 with our first commercial scale system. So today we're a team of 65 people with 14 nationalities, and we've secured funding to bring bankable wave technology to market all the way. Next one, please. And of course, the opportunity that we are working to unlock, it's the huge wave energy opportunity, the largest untapped source of clean energy out there, about the same capacity that is the opportunity here as all the nuclear of the world or all the hydro of the world today. And what we find as the most attractive part with wave energy is not just the size of the opportunity, but also here the complementarity and the consistent production profile of wave energy, where it can become a key tool to fill in the gaps when it's not windy and sunny and future electricity systems, and thereby accelerate the transition to 100% renewables. If we take the next slide, we can see an example from California. This is a simulation we've done with weather data from 2018, actual production of a week in October of wind, the light blue, and solar, the yellow, where we used wave buoys along the Californian coast to simulate as if we had 6 gigawatts of wave installed. And it's very interesting. What you can see is that the wave energy profile is very consistent. It's much more flat, and it's also much more predictable compared to wind and solar. And you can see when the wind goes down, there is very little correlation to the wave profile here. And you can use wave energy as a complement to fill in the gaps and make a much more steady energy system. If we take the next one and have a look at the annual profile for California and Oregon, it becomes extremely interesting. To reach 100% renewables, you have both wind and solar peaking in the summer, and you would then have a gap in the winters. Here, wave energy comes in with a anti-correlated profile. So adding the right mix of wave, wind, and solar makes it possible to pretty much perfectly balance supply to demand over the year, which takes care of seasonal balancing which is an amazing tool, a lot more efficient than long-term storage if you can balance it already at the generation stage. So if we take a look at the next one, we've participated in a number of energy system studies where wave energy has been included into the mix. And in each study we've been part of, it's found that the complementary production profile here of wave energy, it just allows a smaller system to reach 100% renewables. So you can have less total generation capacity, less storage, and less grid, while still balancing supply to demand. And that is really the big role of wave energy. So we should use the ocean here, the Pacific, as a huge energy storage unit to accelerate the transition to 100% renewables. So next one, please. Looking more into the challenge of wave energy, one more, please. Historically, wave devices, they have either broken in storms or they've just not produced enough compared to the size and the cost, and thereby the business models haven't worked. We've been working hard to address that, and we've radically changed that picture. If we take the next slide, please. And we've introduced a new type of high efficiency wave energy converters. One more, please. And this is our recent C3 device, which was our half-scale machine that we demonstrated in EMEC in Orkney. And in wave energy, we've proven new solutions. The first one is, next slide, please. Survivability in storms. Our devices are designed so that they are naturally transparent to ocean waves. They don't react to waves unless we actively control the devices. So in storm conditions, we use this natural state to protect us from storms and thereby get very good survivability. If we take the next slide, in regular sea states, we used advanced control technology that puts the devices into optimal timing with each incoming wave. And that strongly amplifies the motion and thereby the power capture. So we can deliver a large amount of energy compared to the size and the cost of the devices. So if we take the next, in average, we can get to, and here, this is based on research about 40 years from NTNU in Trondheim. Our lead scientist, Jürgen Hals, he did his PhD work together with Professor Falnes. And the phase control technology that they have introduced just changes the picture for wave energy. If you look at the next slide, in energy per ton, we can get more than 10 megawatt hours per ton of equipment out, which puts wave energy just in line with the best offshore wind technology today, actually a little bit higher structural efficiency than most floating wind concepts. So really improving the competitiveness. So getting a large amount of energy per ton makes it possible to reduce the capex, and then small lightweight devices makes it possible to transport, install, and service with low-cost vessels and port facilities, really bringing down the OPEX. So that contributes to a very competitive cost of energy curve with that. Next one, please. And we are currently in our stage 4 demonstration, so we are bringing our first commercial scale machine into the water next year. And after that, we're going to bring 3 more full-scale devices into our stage 5 array in the Highway 5 demonstration project, clock at least 8,000 hours of operation, and then achieve type certification from DNV-GL. With that, we should be ready to start shipping product in volume to customers by 2025 timeframe. So if we look into the current stage 4 demonstration on the next slide, please. We are doing this together with EDP and Wavec in Portugal. Here we're putting in a first C4 device in Q1, Q2 next year. And this is connected to the Portuguese grid through the Aguçadora substation, same place where Principal Power brought the WindFlow technology to market. And then we're going to add on 3 more of the C5 devices here in 2024, and also demonstrating a floating collection hub. If we take the next one, currently with our C4 machine, we built it in our machine halls in Stockholm. This is how the drivetrain looks like in full scale on the C4. And next one, please. We have invested in the world's largest dry test facility where we use simulated wave loading to debug and stabilize the equipment in a very stringent test program before we bring the devices into the ocean. And that's where we're currently operating the machine. If you hear some strange noise, I'm here in our offices with the machine hall just behind me, and it's like 2 big long-distance trains of capacity running back and forth, 7.2 megawatts of test capacity on this rig. Next, please. In Portugal, we built out a mobile factory concept where we're fabricating the composite hulls, the buoys themselves. And this, in the future, will be shipping the mobile factories from customer side to customer side, producing the hulls locally. If we take the next slide, we see how it looks in full scale. We use an additive manufacturing technology called filament winding, and we've invested in our own manufacturing cells to fully industrialize and show industrial supply chain capacity to deliver this at scale. So next one, please. We are a turnkey supplier of the full farm infrastructure, and we're designing these devices to be compatible with a typical offshore wind infrastructure. So you can co-locate wave arrays together with floating wind, as you see in this picture, using the same electrical infrastructure and selling electricity, which is much more consistent and thereby having a higher value in future markets. Next one, please. One of the projects where this is being developed is developed by Simply Blue Energy that we heard also speaking on the previous session in floating wind. Their Saoirse project on the west coast of Ireland is a stepping stone project for wave energy and is developed as a commercial project of 5 plus 30 megawatts of capacity to start with. And we hope to see devices there in the water starting the construction in 2024. Next one, please. We are looking at ocean energy as a huge opportunity here to build local industry. For California and Oregon, it's an amazing opportunity that we really hope to be part of driving. In Europe, if we take the next slide, we're seeing quite a lot of commitments right now. The European Commission has put targets to have 100 megawatts operational in the water by 2025. That's wave and tidal combined. And then to have a gigawatt installed by 2030 and 40 gigawatts by 2050. From Ocean Energy Europe, the branch organization, we think it should be 100 gigawatts by 2050, but we're happy to have 40 so far as clear targets. And we hope to see similar commitments made for California and Oregon. We hope that California Energy Commission can put wave energy on the roadmaps, put it into the renewable portfolio standard, and really drive the adoption and take advantage of the huge local industry and job creation opportunities that this brings as well. Thanks a lot. Next slide is my final one, I should say. Thanks.
Hey, Patrick, thank you very much for very interesting perspective on the utility scale and in the European market as well. Look forward to some questions later on. I also noticed you guys might be at Ocean Energy in a few weeks. Hope to see you there. I might be there myself if COVID doesn't shut me down before that. Let's finish with Marcus now. Marcus Lehman from CalWave. Marcus, the floor is yours, and then we'll go to Q&A after that. If anyone has any questions, feel free to write them in the Q&A section at this time. Thanks.
Thanks for the intro, Matt. This is Marcus from CalWave Power Technologies, co-founder, CEO. Next slide. Yeah, today I want to speak a little about our pilot in California, starting off with kind of our general philosophy. And the fundamental challenge of wave power is really that large gap. As we've heard before, survivability is key for infrastructure assets that go out for 20 years. And we have to design for the 50-year return wave. And as we can see, that doesn't actually contribute a lot to energy production. And that's been really driving our thinking since the beginning, coming out of Berkeley Mechanical Engineering back in 2012. Next slide, please. And so similar to our modern wind turbine, just on a very abstract level, we can identify 4 major operating capabilities of a wind turbine. One is high performance, shutdown on the generator, but then also pitch and yaw control of the turbine to turn out of the wind. And so we can see here our modern wind turbine, the 3-blade upwind design, is really the best in class for all these categories. We see from the efficiency chart at 1, it reaches the closest to the theoretical limit of efficiency of a wind turbine or of wind in general, the BETS limit. And then next to these, it has the ability to mitigate these extreme winds that take place and gradually shut it down, but then also fully shut it down in storm conditions, allowing a lean capex. So every capex of a wind turbine actually contributes to power production. And so a wave energy converter from a systems level perspective, being no different than a wind turbine, really has to meet the same criteria. Next slide, please. Yeah, so as mentioned, we're started out at UC Berkeley. We're supported by a program called Cyclotron Road in the Lawrence Berkeley National Lab. And then our team contested in the US Wave Energy Prize that identified next generation wave technology. And so, yeah, our team did really well there and progressed towards a award we won in 2017 from DOE to deploy an ocean-going unit as a follow-on to being awarded from the US Wave Energy Prize. And yeah, we've now been operating and installing that first system of the Scripps Institution of Oceanography Research here in San Diego. It's been a partner of ours for several years. And then we won additional awards in 2019 towards the deployment at Puckwave, the new 20 megawatt test site in Oregon. Next slide, please. And yeah, so here example on how we really see our holistic control strategy and the architecture that has resulted from that, allowing towards a competitive LCOE with other forms of generation. The first, as mentioned, really has to be high performance, which we've proven and demonstrated in the Wave Energy Prize. And the second then towards the lean capex is the ability to mitigate these extreme loads. And so with our advanced load management mechanisms, we've been able to reduce these loads by an average of factor 2. And that really allows to bring the cost down, avoid the extreme conditions that don't actually contribute to revenue. Next slide, please. Yeah, and here's some details to the project now in at Scripps SIO. We've been pre-deploying a local wave data buoy with a partner that's been supporting us with Marine Labs, and getting time resolved data ahead. The site is also really well characterized with a lot of historical data from CDIP that made it attractive. And based on the invitation from SIO for our first demonstration, we've really advanced as the most suitable site, also being in driving distance from us from Oakland in California. Next slide, please. And here's some first activities pre our deployment in September. We've deployed our cable about a week ahead of the deployment. We're about a mile out from the pier, and with the Scripps diving team, we've been able to install the cable. Our anchors were already pre-deployed last year. That was possible during COVID, but other operations really had to wait it until normal manufacturing had opened up again. Next slide, please. Yeah, and here's some impressions from our manufacturing earlier this year, then once that opened up again, as well as from the anchor installation the year before. And then next slide. Yeah, and this was then our kind of preparation site at the Mission Bay Marina, probably close to TMA's headquarters. And then we towed from there with the help of the Scripps dive vessel right to the pier, and really was an exciting time for us to get ready for our first deployment. Next slide. And briefly to our SCADA system, as mentioned, we have the cable going back to the pier. We're leveraging an autonomous controller similar to a wind turbine, so our system can continue to operate and shelter in storms independent from cable or grid availability. But then at the same time, we're exporting power and data back to shore, as well as then our advanced controller integrates local weather data for decision making towards optimum performance, as well as then shutdown in storm conditions. And next slide. Yeah, and next to our DOE-funded project, we've partnered with the Triton Initiative that facilitates the safe growth of the marine energy industry by monitoring. And then on the next slide, we see the detailed elements we're working on. So the team from PNNL is deploying hydrophones as well as other additional sensors that then contribute to the acceptability of marine renewables going forward. And next slide. Yeah, and here we have a brief video from our deployment. As mentioned, we started out in the Driscoll Marina in Mission Bay in September, and it's been really exciting for our team, given the constraints of COVID and delays still now being able to deploy. And these are some of the impressions from the installation. We can see the vessel from Scripps, so our unit can be installed really with a small and lightweight vessel. The unit itself is modular, so we can ship it in a standard container and then bolt together at site. And so here we can see as we're going out of the jetty in Mission Bay, and then we selected a really friendly day for deployment, and that all went well due to really the detailed planning in advance with the entire team. And here we can see the team installing our unit to our pre-deployed anchors, as well as then connect to the cable. You can see here the connector being closed back to the cable to the pier. And that was then really exciting. The first time we had actual communications control over the unit. And then here's some checkup footage from the divers just to ensure all the cable connection and everything else has been done according to our plans and standards. And once that was completed, we were able to start operating for installation the devices on the surface. And then for operations, we dive and operate fully submerged. And with that, we're really able to extract energy from all degrees of freedom, get really high efficiency. At the same time, we leverage the water column for survivability. So in storm conditions, we're able to avoid these extreme loads by using the water column for protection, as well as additional mechanisms. And we call these active load management mechanisms, where we release pressure on the system, as well as detune it to take it out of resonance from the wave. And with these three independent mechanisms, redundant shutdown mechanisms, we're really able to survive these extreme conditions by not being over-designed, and by then going forward being most economical in CapEx. And on that note, really want to express our gratitude to SIO for the partnership and the entire diving team there from Scripps that have been working with us. It's been really exciting to be able to execute that project now. And of course, the Department of Energy for their continued support to enable us to conduct that work. And with that, excited to jump to some questions.
Great. Thank you, Marcus. Thank you to all the panelists for your presentations. Got a few questions in the chat boxes here, so I'm going to go ahead and get started with those. And I think I've heard a lot of you talk about upcoming ocean tests, Oregon, Packwave, for example. Can you talk to us, and this can go to all of you actually, on the importance of actual marine testing, open ocean testing? I know we have the wave energy test site in Hawaii, which is fairly less of an energetic site than the Oregon site. So what is the value of these high energy sites? How does that help your technology? How does that help investors, utilities, other end users kind of see the end product and potentially move technologies forward? I think, Patrick, you guys have been through EMEC as well. And has that opportunity really opened doors for you? Does that lead into the Portugal project? Are these all kind of stepping stones that without open ocean testing would be harder to achieve?
Absolutely. Maybe Patrick, I can start. I can start commenting then. I think it's critical to have access to open ocean testing. And I think there's some part where you want proof in the local environment. There is, of course, the wave regime in its own, but there's also the grid connection, and people like to see devices operating in respective regions to be fully convinced that it's sound and viable and so on. So for us, EMEC has been a very important stepping stone. We were using the more protected part of EMEC for a half-scale demonstrator, and now we're working with an exposed site in Portugal. So full access to the worst storm conditions of the Atlantic. So very similar to PackWave. But we also having some clients of us who are considering maybe some PackWave installations also of core power devices as a stepping stone to prove the technology in US waters, even if we have worked already in Portugal. So I think it's very important, the work being done there.
Rez, go to you if you want to talk about the importance of Oregon. That would be great.
Yeah, so thinking about sort of the other end of the scale from where Patrick is talking about, and for us, the important thing is that ability to demonstrate, to co-develop with partners, integration partners, with customers. So test sites obviously are very important, as Patrick outlined, but it's also the ability to have test sites that are either fully permitted or nearly fully permitted, that allow you to get in and out of the water much quicker than having to start a 2 or 3 year process of permitting a greenfield site on your own. So, in addition to whether it's a grid connection or having infrastructure that's in and around that, for instance, that Marcus was able to enjoy at Scripps, it is that ability to get in and out a little bit quicker than having to do everything on your own. So that for us is a big thing, and the willingness of those partners, say at WETS with the Navy, to allow us to get in there and do some things that are a little bit different in demonstrating assets. It's an important and critical development and set of infrastructure that the DOE, Navy, and European governments have also put in place.
Marcus, go ahead and talk real quick about the Scripps infrastructure as well. I was actually in La Jolla driving through a couple weeks ago and noticed a lot of military action going on about a mile off the pier. I don't know if that's exactly where your buoy was, but maybe talk about interaction with stakeholders at these sites and opportunities to really see how testing and devices may have larger impacts to the larger community. If that's something.
No, certainly. And as the conference is in California, I also want to bring up a site that has been under investigation by PG&E in California, the Wave Connect in Humboldt Bay. And they were really coming from an industrial, end user perspective, more from a developer perspective. They were wave technology agnostic. And then I think they discontinued that larger farm. And one of the reasons they listed is the permitting uncertainty. So I think PackWave as a new kind of first of its kind in the US is really critical. I mean, the first one is always the hardest. And, this was one of the reasons. And if, that one of the top 3 reasons can be outruled by now having avoided or mitigated that permitting uncertainty for future developers for farms, that's extremely valuable and gives confidence then also to the financiers. And so for the Scripps pilot, as mentioned, we're, Scripps is the landowner and been working with us. We had to get local, federal, and state permits. And it took some time to develop these because it was a newly developed site for that specific application. And so I think having that pre-permitted site is extremely valuable for us developers to have that planning security that you can install there and your plans can't get unrailed from certain permitting issues that might come up. So I think that project planning security is extremely valuable as well with a pre-permitted site in place.
Yeah, great. And Jack, not to leave you out of this conversation, I don't know if you guys have done open water demonstrations, but I know you've been doing some simulation work through the Teamer program, and if you could talk about the value of not building to scale early and putting things in the water and utilizing technology and modeling softwares to help move that technology along. It's where we've seen some changes from the Palamises and the earlier technologies that maybe went too big too soon, as like we used to say. So development of new software, new opportunities of expertise. If you could just talk briefly about that and how it's helped you guys.
Yeah, thanks. So just adding to everyone's comments on the utility of PackWave and having these open water demonstrations, we more specifically work with small scale applications and commercial partners that are in the small scale space. So currently we don't need like a grid connected test facility. However, it's tremendously helpful to know that resources is available. So when we actually need to practice deployment with our commercial partners, we know where to go for that. So Teamer has provided us these really great resources to do simulations, and eventually we plan to do tank tests and that sort of stuff. So Teamer provided resources to have these physical workshop space to extend our team's capabilities and skill sets. And I think PackWave is a way to for us to extend the deployment space to kind of serve as a deployment workshop for us to practice with our commercial partners. And also, you alluded to this earlier, Matt, in terms of starting small to go big in terms of wave energy development. I think this is a proven strategy that we have learned from the solar and wind industry. Where they didn't started off by building a wave farm, but they kind of built it on a smaller scale with these solar panels on calculators in the 70s, right? So so we're trying to mimic that strategy, and hopefully that will serve as a solid commercial pathway to move forward.
Perfect, and great segue actually, somewhat of a segue to my next question. How have government policies and decisions and funding mechanisms help provide markets for your technologies? And I'm prompting this question by a lot of the Department of Energy's funding for blue economy applications. Renston, starting to look at you first with that.
Sure.
But feel free to jump in there as well.
Yeah, as I mentioned earlier, co-development is important. When we set out to design the C-Ray after being awarded a FOA grant 2019, I guess, we spent about 6 months on the road talking to customers. What do you need in a low power system? What's important to you? And the feedback that we were getting was logistics have to be non-complex, needs to be modular, high power to weight, power and data. In the low power market, power really is only half the victory. You have to get data also. And so the importance to us from a federal policy, from a federal funding perspective, is that funding gives us the capability to go out, have those discussions with customers, then come back and make sure that we build a design from the ground up that satisfies those market needs. So I think from an acceleration perspective, from a commercialization perspective, that's a key point, and I think the DOE continues to reinforce this co-development model in the SBIR topics, the phase 1 release 2 that just came out. Co-development is an important part of the marine energy, of the WPTO's marine energy topic. So it's a catalyst. It's critical to. None of us could really get, I think, to where we are today without federal support. So it's critical. Just like the testing infrastructure, it's one of those very important underpinnings of any commercialization program.
I could
Patrick, the European perspective on that would be great.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's great to see how much it's picking up in the US with the support from DOE and others. It's really, really great to see. And in Europe, of course, we've been depending a lot on European funding. And if I take a utility perspective here, when we started out in 2010, 2011, we knew this would be some 10 to 15 years, more than 100 million or so in funding needed. And it's not really a workable proposition to go to VC if you know you're going to follow a structured approach. And I think the learnings after Palamas and Aquamarine and others is very critical to follow this step-by-step approach, prove the performance, prove the viability of both the survivability and the economics of the system in small scale before you start stepping up. And that means you need to work in a very methodic way. It takes time. You cannot really cut corners in that. if you're going to succeed in ocean energy. It's very unforgiving, as we've heard here today. So when you have that kind of plan, the early phases is really more research than commercial activities. So the help from public funding there is absolutely critical. So we actually did incorporate the first 3 stages of stage 1 with small scale tank testing and benchtop testing, stage 2 with a little bit larger scale, and stage 3 with our first ocean deployment, almost entirely using public funding. And then for the first commercial scale single device now, we've involved equity investors. And when you take it that far, then it becomes a very investable proposition. So I think, the private-public partnerships there and the funding is critical to make it work.
Great. Jack and Marcus, feel free to weigh in on that too. And I'm going to prompt a question for the rest of you to think about while you guys are responding to that. What are you most excited about right now? So Marcus, Jack, feel free to answer the first question about government policies, opportunities, funding structures, and if everyone else would like to think about what you're most excited about, we can close out with that.
Yeah, so, just echoing. Yeah. Oh, go ahead, Marcus.
Yeah, just to briefly comment, we're a part of the National Hydro Association as well that advocates for the general marine industry in the US. And they've been really strongly supporting the industry for years now. And I think just recently that really gained momentum. And now with the infrastructure bill, additional funding was allocated to the Water Power Technology Office. And same for us. I mean, the initial program, the Lawrence Berkeley National Lab, was a private-public partnership. And then with the prize being a cash prize, that really helped us to get that initial seed funding to match fund then the larger DOE awards to be able to execute now the open ocean demonstration. So these are extremely critical. And as we've heard about Aquamarine, one paper actually they published while they were still operating was they investigated the funding landscape in Denmark and the UK in the early days of wind, and actually found that I think the UK put more money into wind than Denmark, but dispersed in kind of legislative periods, and as a result, then Denmark really became the leader in the wind industry because they were able to have that continuous carry forward of knowledge and expertise within single entities, and not people just leaving the industry because of the 4-year funding gap. So I think that continuity is really critical to bring this industry to viability.
Yeah, and just add to what everyone has been saying, the public funding and the resources from the DOE have given us a tremendous opportunity to engage the end user communities. So through these new funding programs, through the Powering the Blue Economy initiative, there's a tremendous amount of incentive for ocean wave energy developers to speak with the end user communities, so like oceanographers. And on the other hand, the oceanographers really need these critical energy infrastructure to transition to big data. But the oceanographer communities or the ocean observing communities don't really know the wave energy communities, and really they don't have an incentive to speak with the developers. So these public resources and funding really help developers to engage these end users. And I would like to plug in that we have been working with POET and with researchers at PMAC, and we're trying to organize a mini workshop through the UMERC program, the University Marine Energy Research Community, so that we can actually bring these two communities together and get the developers to talk to the end users in a public forum.
Another great way to bring the end users with power producers is to attend TMA Bluetech. Unfortunately, we can all take advantage of the networking opportunities on the Hoover app, but there's nothing like being in person. And obviously, we hope to see you all at OREC in 2022, as well as TMA Bluetech back in person next year. So we have 2 minutes left. If you guys, we'll start with Marcus this time. Tell me what you're excited about moving forward over the next year, let's say.
No, for us, definitely being able to now execute no more or less restrictions for manufacturing due to COVID. That was really hard for us to be able to, or that we had to wait before we were able to execute this project. And now really excited to process all our data and take these learnings towards the next larger unit, towards Puckwave.
I think Matt got bumped off. Jack, why don't you go next?
Thanks so much. I was just going to say maybe I need to moderate the session now. So the next year is very exciting for us, and we're planning on multiple deployments with our pilot customers, and we're really looking forward to having these big data capabilities for ocean observation. And I'm particularly excited because I'm an end user myself for this type of technology.
That's great. Patrick, why don't you go next?
Yeah, I go next. So yeah, we are extremely excited. We're putting our first commercial scale C4 machine in the water in Portugal. And we got quite a few big project developers now actually engaging in wave energy. We're working with EDP, with Enel, with Simple Blue Energy there. So we're really excited to see the traction happening. And the momentum we're seeing in floating wind at the moment, both in Europe and now in California and Oregon, is amazing. And we hope that we can piggyback on that in the wave sector and see a similar investment boom happening here in wave energy in the years to come. The production profile is really a match made in heaven between floating wind and wave in California and Oregon. And that is extremely exciting, I would say.
Yeah, that's great. And I'll just finish. So I'm going to put my Marine Energy Council co-chair hat on for my answer. For those of you who aren't familiar, Marine Energy Council is the trade association in the U.S. for the industry. But I think what's great is all the kit that's in the water. So Patrick, Marcus, ORPC, Verdant, Motion at EMEC. We have Oscilla that's also in. So it's been great. It's been a huge year. I think it's a turning point for the industry and being able to prove out the promise of wave energy. So I think that for me is, in addition to us getting in the water in the beginning of the year, I think that is one of the most exciting things for me. But in Matt's absence, thanks everyone.
Thanks a lot.
Good morning and welcome back to this next panel of the TMA Bluetech Week. This next session will discuss environmental monitoring in the ocean, and I'm pleased to be able to introduce Sarah Henkel to moderate the panel. But first, I want to remind folks that there will be a roundtable discussion immediately following the last session of the day. We hope that all of the speakers and moderators will join us for that conversation. Dr. Bryce Robertson and I will moderate that panel. We hope to have an interesting dialogue and sort of looking at some of the major takeaways from today's event, and maybe ask folks a little bit to peer into the future and discuss what they see happening on the horizon. So I will go ahead and introduce Sarah. Dr. Sarah Henkel. I've known Sarah for over a decade. Obviously, we're both here in Oregon, and I'm pleased to have her participate today. Dr. Sarah Henkel is a benthic ecologist at Oregon State University's Hatfield Marine Sciences Center and Associate Director of the Pacific Marine Energy Center at Oregon State University. Her research interests broadly address potential effects of human activities on seafloor habitats and species. She received her BS from the College of William and Mary, her master's degree from California State University, and Fullerton, and her PhD from the University of California, Santa Barbara. With that, I'll pass it on to Sarah.
Thank you, Jason. I think I've got some slides that are going to come up here in a moment. Great, thank you. So, yeah, Jason and I have been working together for some time here in Oregon, originally with a program at Oregon State University called NIMRIC. So if you've been in the industry for a while, you may have heard that. We, a couple of years ago, changed our name to PMEC. It's an acronym you can pronounce a little bit more easily. So same organization, fewer letters. So I'm an associate director here at OSU for the Pacific Marine Energy Center and the environmental studies lead for our open ocean wave energy testing facility called PacWave. Next slide. So going back to when we first started permitting for the PacWave project, we went out and talked with many experts, subject matter experts in the fields of renewable energy and also in marine ecology, and came up with this stressor receptor framework for thinking about how the offshore renewable energy might interact with the ecological organisms, and notice some high priority areas. And this, as noted on the slide, was back in 2013, and we have made a lot of progress as an industry and as a science since then, but because that was the beginning of our permitting, some of those higher level concerns are baked into the licensing for our PacWave project. Next slide. So we had some high priority stressors and receptors that came out of that exercise and some medium ones. And so they're the same ones that were starred on the previous slide, but thinking about the habitat near these devices, and this was focused on wave, but would be applicable to wind installations as the in-water components. Thinking about the near-field habitat, specifically the sediment, ecosystem interactions with the deployment, so invertebrates, fish, thinking about how cetaceans might interact with these devices and the electromagnetic fields that may be generated by them. And then beyond that, we thought that it was thought that the far field habitat would be a medium level of concern, the benthic invertebrates, which really are covered in ecosystem interactions, pinnipeds, which are seals and sea lions, birds, and noise. So next slide. Oh, next slide, animation. So this project, for those of you who may not be familiar, we have two sites. We have PacWave North, which is 1 by 1 nautical mile, a single test at a time, not grid connected. And then we have our PacWave South project, which is considered to be a state-of-the-art grid connected wave energy test facility. This is 1 by 2 miles, and within that box, we expect to see 4 separate berths. Next slide. where we could have 4 separate developers testing up to 5 devices each. So this has the potential to be a pretty significant installation if it's fully subscribed. Next slide. So there's a number of monitoring and mitigation strategies that we at Oregon State University and the project have agreed to minimize effects on the different habitats and organisms that we were concerned about. Those are really best practices for how we're going to operate. And then next click. We have the things that we are specifically going to monitor for. And so that's really what's relevant to this panel is what are we committed to as part of our license to sample offshore to look at environmental effects. And so those are the sediment and the fauna, the animals that are living in that sediment, or organism interactions, EMF as the high priority ones, and then acoustics as what came out as a yellow priority one in the original exercise. Next slide. So we do this in multiple ways in terms of the near field habitat, the sediment sampling, and the invertebrate sampling. There's 2 main strategies. On the left, you can see where we're actually collecting sediment and animals. And so this is a tried and true technique. It's been going on for decades. It's pretty low tech, a steel box core with lead weights, where we actually get the sediment and the animals. And labor intensive activity requires a high level of expertise, high level of human engagement, and then in a much more automated fashion with less disturbance, use these different camera systems. So this is a project I've been working on with Integral Consulting, using a sediment profiling camera that slices down into the sediment and takes pictures of a cross section of the sediment, as well as taking pictures of the sea floor. And then Integral's been working on developing automated software to interpret those images, track changes, and look for animals. Next slide. In terms of organism interactions or the artificial reef effect, this is traditionally and currently explored with cameras. So you might have a remotely operated vehicle as pictured on the right, taking video of, here, for example, is a rockfish around the anchor with the anchor chain coming up from a mooring, or a video lander. So I have one pictured on the left. At the moment, the cameras are pointing down to look at seafloor, but you could point the cameras out to take pictures of the anchoring system. Next slide. Thinking about noise being generated by the devices, this is where we've got some real cutting edge, newer technology employed at PacWave South. And so we have then listed as number 2, some peripheral hydrophones that are listening and recording noise in a traditional sense. The new technology that we've got here are these real-time reporting hydrophones, where you've got a seafloor hydrophone that has some event detection software on it, and if an event is detected and noise exceedance, there is an acoustic link to a buoy that will then transmit that snippet of the acoustic recording to shore, so that we can immediately go out and investigate what it might have caused that noise exceedance. And then we'll also be using drifting hydrophones to let them drift past wave energy devices to determine what their noise signatures are at the source, and then how it's dissipating as you move away. And then finally, we're interested in using other new cutting edge technologies. You'll hear about the Searcher from Tony later in this session, but other types of autonomous vehicles that we might outfit with hydrophones for acoustics, or with EMF sensors to look at EMF, with different oceanographic sampling tools like Matt and Gino are going to talk about. So we've got some traditional methods, and then a real opportunity to explore some cutting edge options. So thank you. All right, well, on my list, we have Matt Mowlin up next. So Matt. Chief Technology Officer for Clearwater Sensors. They manufacture and sell water quality sensors and services them. Matt remains active in research, so he's gone into industry, but a little bit still of an academic like me, an honorary professor at the University of Southampton, a PI at the National Oceanography Center, and mentors students as well as helps those in the commercial realm. So Matt, I'll let you present your slides.
Thanks very much. So let's go to the next slide, please. So we've over many years, both in academia and in the company, developed a in situ analyzer that uses reagent-based chemistry to measure water quality parameters, particularly at the moment nutrients, iron, and pH. And these can be deployed in the water for up to a year, and I'll show them on some small autonomous vehicles and in rugged situations. Next slide, please. So there's lots of applications, offshore, regulatory, aquaculture, for science, offshore carbon capture and storage, but also, of course, a number of terrestrial applications. Next slide, please. We increasingly being asked to look at using them for offshore renewables, decommissioned assets, even things like carbon sequestration, where seagrasses are growing. We can quantify that, and into mariculture, looking at things like macroalgae and the like, and of course pollution tracking. So nutrients and the carbon system are a good mark of pollution going into the ocean environment. Next slide, please. So the next couple of slides, this has been a lot of work funded by the UK and European research over many years, and now it's a real success story for that type of research, and now coming out as a commercial product. Next slide, please. Yes, so that's just an overview of some of the many European projects. I'm going to talk a little bit about STEM CCS, which is a project looking at how you would quantify potential leaks from an offshore carbon capture and storage site. Next slide, please. Okay, so some of the advantages that we've got is very well proven. So we've done a very large number of deployments everywhere from, as you can see here, in the meltwater of glaciers, underneath the perennial Arctic ice, and all over the world across a range of conditions. Next slide, please. And some of that has been at extreme depths, and we've been doing this over for 19 years, and we've got these advantages of robustness and depth rating, limit detection, dynamic range, longevity, and there's very minimal waste because the technology is based on microfluidics, which means, unlike many other in situ reagent-based analyzers, we can contain all of the waste, and that doesn't end up in the environment. Next slide, please. Okay, so there's a number of important advantages there. I think I've clocked through that. So next slide, please. Okay, so this is a bit of technical detail. These are the things that we currently. So this tech can produce data from any assay that you can run in the laboratory that's suitable for colorimetric, optical, or even impedance detection, but these are the ones that are commercially available. There are a whole host in development in both the company and in academia, but these are the ones that are currently out there. I guess the key thing to note is that they measure very precisely over a wide dynamic range, typically as good, if not better, than can be done by taking a sample and returning that to a high quality laboratory. They're not, so they take a few minutes to make a measurement, which is really good, especially when you're looking at things like tidal cycles, which can be over extended periods, and the energy per measurement is fairly good. They're about a watt when operating, and they'll take about 500 to 1,000 joules to make a measurement. Next slide, please. Okay, so there's a couple of tricks under the bonnet that make them unique and really give the performance. One is the use of
a patented idea using dark or tinted plastic to form multiple absorption cells on the device. So we have these microfluidic channels with light and fluid passing through them. And because we don't use lenses, we just use the tint in the plastic to suppress the stray light. We can actually have multiple absorption cells, which means we can get very good limits of detection with long cells and very wide dynamic range by having also some very short cells. So you can look at long, different concentration ranges. Next slide, please. We have a technique for machining and polishing microfluidic channels in plastic. That means that we can rapidly prototype and develop new high quality measurement systems. Next slide, please. And we've done an awful lot of assay optimization to take those laboratory assays, very, very well proven. Everybody understands the metrology and trusts them, but we've adapted them to make them work within microfluidics. Next slide, please. We've done a lot of optimization of the device to look at things like the temperature and pressure effects. We've implemented smart, robust pumps that know where they are and can spot faults. We've customized valves to make them robust to wider temperature and pressure ranges. And the whole device is actually pressure balanced and it's fluid filled. So there's no pressure case to resist the pressure. It works with the pressure, and that gives us very high levels of robustness. We've also done quite a bit of work on biofouling resistance and making the systems work in biofouling environments. It's not actually as bad as I first thought it would be with microfluidics, and we have proven operation for months and years in high fouling environments. Next slide, please. Okay, so I'll go to the next slide, actually, please. Okay, so they're very portable and rugged, and you can see one of my postdocs and now members of the Clearwater team, Alex Beaton, there hiking in the Andes, and he's taken them all over the world, estuaries, into glaciers, up to the high Arctic. So they're really portable and rugged. Next slide, please. I'll skip that one. Next slide, please. So I'm going to give you now some examples of some of the deployments, and hopefully that gives you an idea for some of the capabilities. Next slide, please. And that's really been all over the world, from catchments to regulatory monitoring to deep ROVs and very highly turbid waters as well. Next slide, please. So one of the things we have done recently is integration with autonomy. Here is shown a Kongsberg sea glider, and actually to date we've done nitrate, phosphate and pH sensors on gliders. The next slide, please. And so this is where this is off, you can see in the southwest approaches, such as south of Ireland here, there was a nitrate measurement made from a sea glider. Next slide, please. And here's some of the data. And so this is in the period in April, 4th to 25th of April. And you'll see that the surface nitrate value, which is in the middle plot of this, so temperature above and chlorophyll below, you can see as the chlorophyll peaks, the bottom figure, we get a nitrate drawdown in the surface waters. And that's the kind of level of detail that you can see by mounting sensors onto autonomous vehicles. Next slide, please. Okay, so this is the same idea, but using the phosphate sensor in the same vehicle. Next slide, please. And again, you get these nice plots of phosphate. Phosphate's here in the upper figure, and over extended time periods and spatial scales, and you can look at nutrient movement in the environment and its relationship with biogeochemical processes. Next slide, please. This is quite new. So this is work by Luca Pacenti in one of my PhD students that I co-supervised at the University of East Anglia, and he put one of our pH sensors together with a Fluidion electrochemical pH sensor on a glider. Next slide, please. And this is where we did the measurement. You can see it's just off to the east of northern England and Scotland. Next slide, please. And we've got this very nice data. So the upper data set is the electrochemical fluidion sensor, which didn't survive the whole deployment, but the bottom figure shows here being measured extremely precisely. So the precision is better than a milli-pH. The accuracy is as good, the same order of magnitude as the reference standards that you can get from Scripps, and a nice long data set for that whole deployment. Next slide, please. So one of the things you can use pH sensing for in industrial offshore applications is looking at the integrity of offshore carbon capture and storage. So if CO2 is injected into, say, depleted oil wells, we did an experiment in the STEM CCS project, a big European project with lots of partners, where we did a simulated leak by deliberately releasing CO2 into the seabed in the North Sea. You can see the lander. We actually had a pH sensor with two inlets, one close to the seabed and one higher up. Next slide, please. And here's some results. So we gradually built up the leak simulated release rate from 6 kilograms a day up until over 140 kilograms a day. And as the tide sweeps that plume over the sensors, you see a clear lowering of pH. And that pH is lowering of pH is different at different heights, and is driven by the shape of the plume. Next slide, please. And so one of the things you can do then is by using some hydrodynamic measurements and a plume model, you can quantify the amount of CO2 that is leaking out of the seabed. So you can look at the natural background, and you can look at very, very low level leaks. And that's well below the sort of significant leak that would actually have a material effect on the amount of CO2 stored and would be of interest to the regulators. So a very sensitive and powerful technique. It's just an example of how these sensors can be used in applications. Next slide, please. Okay, so that's it. This is the leadership team, and next slide. Please do get in touch if any of that's of interest. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Matt. I have some questions about iron that maybe I'll follow up with you later. Up next, we have Gino Pasalakwa. Hopefully I pronounced that correctly. The Science Application Manager at Del Mar Oceanographic. Gino grew up on the Peruvian coastline, which inspired him to study fishing engineering. Sounds pretty cool. And work in the Peruvian fishing industry. He then moved to San Diego. Got his master's degree at Scripps, and then obtained his PhD in coastal oceanography in the CICESE joint program in Ensenada. And so in addition to his work life, he's an avid surfer and a conservationist, and so he also collaborates as a scientific advisor for the Save the Waves Coalition. So thank you, Gino, for your service, and I'm looking forward to hearing about your science.
Hello. My name is Gino Pasalakwa, and from Del Mar Oceanographic. It says Chris Contos on the presentation, but he wasn't allowed to present due to a family emergency, so I'm here to talk about the Wirewalker. There's not enough time in a short presentation to talk about all the flexibilities and capabilities of the Wirewalker, so please, I encourage you to contact us if you have any ideas or questions. I already have a couple of ideas from my previous speakers, so I'm going to be in touch with them. So DMO is a San Diego-based company with deep roots in Scripps Institution of Oceanography. We span up to meet the increasing demand for making offshore environmental monitoring more accessible and to provide an accurate view of the ocean's interior. Next slide, please. So to demonstrate how the strength of the Wirewalker, we can first start by looking to a traditional mooring on the left-hand side, with many sensors attached at various water depths. The other two panels show a quasi-realistic stratified ocean with warmer water on top and progressively cooler water at the bottom. As we indicated here, it's not just the ocean surface that move up and down, but there's also density interfaces between warm, less dense, and cooler, more dense layers of the water that drive all kind of cool phenomena. In this example, if you choose the green star, which is one of the instruments, you will see a change in temperature, like on the right-hand side figure, from cold to warm. If you have enough sensors in the water, you can have a realistic picture of what's happening in the ocean. This seems to work well on this realistic, quasi-realistic stratified ocean. Next slide, please. But if we see a more realistic ocean, a more realistic vertical stratification of the ocean, we're going to see a figure like the one on the left. For example, you have a warm surface with a thermocline, and if you have enough sensors, you can have a nice picture of what's going on. If you have a sensor on the thermocline, you can see the changes on from warm to cold. But if you have a sensor farther down into the water column, close to the bottom, you will see a more a sensor that's more stable during time. But if we see this the middle figure and the one with the chlorophyll, the ocean is actually very complicated vertically in space and time. Where in the middle picture you have almost a bottom thermocline and a top thermocline. If you choose one of these instruments, you might miss what's really going on with the whole water column. Also, we have primary sensors, and we all want to study more variables of the ocean, so we pick more sensors. But due to budget restrictions, don't allow us to have as many sensors as the primary sensors. For example, in the case of the chlorophyll, and it might be more difficult to interpret what's going on the real ocean. Next slide, please. So the ocean is a variable in 3 dimensions and in time, and the layers of the ocean, layers of constant temperature and density, move vertically for a number of reasons. This is the reason why we invented this vertical profiling vehicle, the Wirewalker, that uses the ocean surface waves as a driving force. This does a number of things for us. Number one, it reduces the number of sensors down to a single sensor suit, saving money and reducing the complexity of the sensors. It allows all onboard power to be used solely by the sensing suit. And the main key is that the profiling occurs rapidly to these sorts of oscillations in the ocean. With these rapid profiles, we can sort of step through time in order to image the water column, allowing us to coherently see the variability and capture true distribution with depth in a way that individual sensors will not allow us to. Also, looking into these displacements in the ocean, that's growing in popularity is actually to look at things more on the natural frame of reference, which move with layers and isopycnal frames of reference, mainly with density surfaces moving up and down. If you have more interest in looking the ocean this way, we'll be happy to help you to allow you to do that with the Wirewalker. Next slide, please.
Okay, thank you, Gino. Yeah, the wire walker sounds really cool. So might have to get one of those. Right now, you have, as you're noting, we have moorings and the oxygen sensors here and the temperature sensors here and the chlorophyll sensors here, and doesn't always, then not all of your data aren't exactly co-located. So great solution. All right. Finally, we have Anthony Tony Mulligan. I featured his vehicle on the last slide of my presentation. So Tony is the CEO of Hydronolix, based in Arizona. I'm a developer of small autonomous unmanned surface and air vehicles for maritime applications. They've done contract service work for pretty much every federal agency, it seems like. Tony himself has a BS in mechanical engineering from the University of Arizona and 16 patents and 3 NASA certificates of recognition. So pretty awesome. So Tony, take it away.
Hi. Good morning, everybody, and thanks for having me on the panel, you guys. So Hydronolix, we're 11, 12 years old, and we produce small unmanned surface vehicles for a number of industries, from science to commercial monitoring of waterways, science monitoring of various things, like on this project. We do a lot of work with first responders, lifeguards, firemen, police, also disaster response after a tsunami or a hurricane. We do quite a bit of defense work, which helps us develop advanced technology. And we also do quite a bit of law enforcement for things like rescuing people in a river border or looking for evidence or things in the water. Next slide. Just a little bit more on the company to give a perspective of what we're trying to do in this field. So we're really well known for high durability water rescue devices. And oddly enough, our first rescue was performed off the coast of Oregon and during the rough season. But we've gone on, we've continued to grow. We've done about $32 million in development and sales deliveries. There's over 800 various types of systems that are fielded right now with our end user customers, and something like 53 different countries altogether. We are oddly enough located in southern Arizona, between Tucson and the border, but we regularly can get to San Diego in about 6 hours, and gives us enough time to get 4 or 5 hours in the ocean on the first day that we go out to do ocean testing. So we are remote, but access to the ocean isn't completely limited. Next slide, please. So we recently were awarded with SARA a Department of Energy SBIR Phase 1 program. And we're calling this program Searcher for Sea Remote Controlled Hydrographic Explorer and Recorder. So the problem we're trying to address is, how do you evaluate a tool to help people like Sarah evaluate the environmental impacts on marine hydrokinetic installations. So she can determine near field effects on the vicinity of devices, as well as far field effects on the seafloor. So in this program, we're proposing the technology used in our typical USVs, but especially our Emily class, with the imaging sonars, so Sarah's team can monitor the seafloor biogenetic habitats to see whether or not, what these MHK devices are doing. Next slide. So the current work in the program, as the panel knows, MHK wave devices generate energy from moving water. So one of the concerns is, as you remove energy from the offshore areas, what kind of environmental impacts could this pose? Erosion, changes to the benthic environment, decreased turbidity, mixing transports, other such things. We're going on the assumption, or on the benthic organisms such as echinoderms are good indicator species. Sand dollars inhabit high energy coastal areas and can be used as indicators of the coastal health and monitoring of the effects. So basically what we're trying to do is optimize non-ITAR equipment so it can be used by anybody, not just US citizens, so it's not trades regulated, to be able to image the sand dollars and see how healthy they are as an early detector from a small unmanned robotic boat. Next slide, please. So in the first couple months, our team brought our first test system out to join Sarah's team. We went on one of her unmanned vessel, or one of her manned vessels. We set up a small ground station. It's in a Pelican case. Put the searcher in the water. It was equipped with a 360 downward imaging sonar and a side scan sonar and a calibrating depth finding sonar. And so what we were doing was running autonomous missions to see in that particular location at that depth if the sonar image would provide usable data that Sarah could use for their processing. The first testing had some encouraging results, but we're still a ways away from how do we get consistently usable data in most of the directions in passing. So in the current configuration, the system is susceptible to wave state, to winds. Small waves tend to affect the resolution of the imaging a lot more than big waves. Big waves just make it go up and down. And then by comparison of what people normally do with sonar imaging, our sensor is on top of the surface. It's not down low like on a UUV or on a towed array. So there's a lot more adjustment issues and for compensating for motion and things that you do from imaging from the surface. Plus, it's also relatively low power compared to what you have on a ship because we're on a small unmanned vessel. Next slide, please. So can we go back one slide? One thing I wanted to mention is the work we're doing after going out and working with Sarah's team. We've now been developing a very small portable towed array for the towed transducer, very different than normal systems where you use a lot of weight and very heavy cables, of using a very thin cable system and a very small towed transponder so that we can get down to, say, within 20 feet of the target. So instead of in deeper waters 80 feet or 180 feet, to give us much better imaging. And the idea is, can we do this with a very low-cost unmanned system and get the data that's required in order to monitor? Another aspect of this is we don't want to deploy the autonomous boat from a manned vessel. That's just for initial testing. We want to be able to drive it out of a port or at a location on the shore and have it go to the destination and then do the mission and then come back with the data, both recorded in real time. So along those lines, just yesterday, we demonstrated this vessel leaving a marina at Marina Del Mar near San Diego and autonomously transversing out into the sea about an 8-mile mission up to a location and mapping that location, being able to monitor everything real time, and then bringing the vessel back to the exact launch point at the marina. So we did use a chase vessel there for safety purposes, but the other aspect of the program was to demonstrate you could do something like an 8-mile mission and monitor or a couple hour imaging, and then be able to come back without a manned person on board. So that's another important element of the project for functionality. So there's even less availability to access the shore in some places as compared to from a marina. And the idea of making it a lot easier for the researchers. So that's our next part of the program is we now have this new towed fish transducer. The next 2 weeks we'll be testing it at a deep water lake, and then we hope to bring the system with all of the developments back in a team with Sarah's team. And our intention would be to be able to train them and let them try using it. So now we'd be moving the transponder from the surface to maybe 20 or 40 feet above the seafloor, which should give us drastically different results. Next slide. So we also, in addition to the DOE program, we've also been doing a number of other projects, ones that we're most interested, that are, I think, are more interesting. Recently, we teamed with the University of Delaware on some work with National Geographic on draining the oceans and NOAA. And so NOAA is looking to propose that Lake Ontario become a national sanctuary, an additional national sanctuary. So one of the ideas is to, we're using our sonar boat with their team. And actually, we just handed it over to them. They're pretty sophisticated, know what they're doing. But they're looking for historical and cultural shipwrecks in Lake Michigan and Lake Ontario. So the team traveled to multiple locations. They were looking to verify 21 known shipwrecks and 1 aircraft. There's also another 47 shipwrecks and 2 more aircraft where they're not exactly sure where they are. And so once they can record and catalog all this, it increases the case for NOAA to push for a national marine sanctuary status in Lake Ontario. So the team was able to discover some new stuff, things that people thought might be there, using this small, simple, autonomous vehicle. In this case, this is a small Emily that weighs about 30 pounds. The boat was taken to locations, in most cases, on a manned vessel, but many locations it was just launched from shore and pretty much was running most of the time nonstop. Next slide. So some other projects that we're doing, on the left, we have an Emily-class USV that we developed with Ifremer in France. It collects water samples, and its purpose is for monitoring red tide algal blooms. So up near Brest, France, or the northern coast of France, they can have severe red tide problems. This boat carries sample bags, and it has a cell phone app, so an operator can drive along the coast, pull over at the location they want, throw the system into the water, drive out to the GPS location that they want to go to. It's usually about a mile, half a mile off the shore. Then it collects the water samples, and then while it's doing this, all the data is recorded on the cell phone app. And the very next time the cell phone has connectivity or Wi-Fi, all of the data from that mission goes to the cloud. And then after the operator is done driving along the roadside, maybe 50 or 100 kilometers, and he has his collection of samples, those are taken to the lab, and then the lab results match up with the cloud data, so they have a good record of how and when and where. They also use the system to look for pollution, and the way the software was written was in a format so it's acceptable for law enforcement in case they're enforcing a violation made by an entity or a company with regards to pollution in the water. Another interesting projects we're doing, many years ago we finished up a long duration, low cost drone to go into hurricanes for NOAA based on UAVs or UAV technology that was available in surplus after the war. And now we're producing the image on the upper right. It's a quadcopter drone that carries the same sonar processing equipment that we are currently running in the Searcher and in our commercial systems. So this drone also incorporates a new software system that we've developed for TAC for people that have no pilot training. So basically with your tablet or your phone, you can send, this drone could fly from the road or the shore or the cliff, land on the water and do sonar imaging or other sensors that you want to carry. It's not really the best for sea states above 1, but if the water conditions are good, it's a very easy way to get to tough locations. The software you don't need piloting skills, you just need to understand mapping and enter in your waypoints. What you really need is sonar skills or sonar operating skills. And then the boat will fly out to the amphibious vehicle will fly out to a location, and then you can sonar image for 2 to 3.5 hours, depending on what speed you're doing. And it also carries a 360 side scan image, or 360 downward image and a side scan imaging sonar, along with some good camera equipment. In addition to environmental support, we think it's going to be very useful for disaster response. So it would be an asset that has multiple uses commercially, whether you're for someone who's drowned or storm. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Tony. We lost Gino in the middle of his presentation, so I want to give Gino the opportunity to give us some concluding thoughts before we move into the discussion. So Gino, did you have a few things you wanted to share with us?
Oh, great. Thank you very much. Sorry that internet is not working properly. So the Wirewalker is a rapid profile system powered by ocean waves. It's 100% mechanical. It doesn't require any batteries to profile up and down the water column. As you see from the picture, it has a top buoy, a small surface buoy that bounces with the waves. Under the buoy, there's an insulated wire rope suspended with suspended weights that keeps things vertically taut, forcing the system to bounce as a whole, which is passing waves. The wires also allows data to be available in real time. The profiling system, which is that big yellow thing that you see there, has a special cam that engages and causes the profiler to ratchet itself down with the wave movement, and at a certain depth, it decouples from the cable, and under its own buoyancy, the profiler floats at a speed of 0.5 meter per second, and near the surface, it recouples and ratchets itself down. A typical profile occurs at a rate of 10 meters of depth per minute, and we can profile up to 1,000 meters. Again, the Wirewalker is 100% mechanical. It doesn't require any batteries, and it's powered by the surface wave. Next slide, please. I'll skip this slide. Skip next slide, please. Okay, so here we have a free drifting example where you can see the valuable data from the a 2-week free drifting experiment on the Indian Ocean. We collected more than 400 profiles in 100 meters. The curvature of the plot indicates that the Wirewalker was initially deployed on an eddy, and you can see temperature, salinity, and chlorophyll. And what we can highlight from this plot is the surface fresh layer of the Indian Ocean that puts a cap on the chlorophyll maximum, and you can see how dynamic it can be. Next slide, please. But the strength of the Wirewalker is its customization. It's a very modular platform that allows us to have many sensors. DMO is a sensor agnostic, so we can put as many different sensors as you would like, and it will feed. Of course, some sensors are better for rapid profiling than others. In this picture, you have a transmissometer, dissolved oxygen, an optic sensor with 3 bands of chlorophyll, sebum, and turbidity, a power sensor, and a RBR CTD with salinity, temperature, and pressure. Next slide, please. Here you have 3 different setups. On the left, you have a plankton camera with a CTD, oxygen sensor, and fluorescence. In the middle, you have a variety of optical sensors, as well as a turbulent microstructure profiler and a CTD. And on the right, you have an ADCP on an adjustable mount, which recently we have shown that to be very successful to be put downward, and it works like an LADCP fashion. Next slide, please. Of course, the Wirewalker has tons of applications like plume monitoring, harmful algal blooms, aquaculture, water pollution. We have a project with the city of LA for that. And also, for example, with oil response, the Wirewalker can be implemented with the same sensors of NOAA oil response team, profiling through the water column and obtaining real data at the same time. Next slide, please. Quickly, this is how you can anchor the Wirewalker with an anchor to the bottom, or with a mooring system with an acoustic release. Next slide, please. Here's a deployment of a couple of 3 figures of salinity, chlorophyll, and temperature of a deployment done by an SIO lab. Of the deployment was for 370 days, and this is 9 days of deployment. You can see the variation in the water column and the variety and the quality of the data that you can obtain from a Wirewalker. I want to highlight the salinity. If you see on the top 50 meters, there's a low salinity water trapped between layers of higher salinity. This will be very difficult to measure with a traditional mooring system. And the Wirewalker, as profiles up and down fast, you can really capture this. Next slide, please. And this is, for me, one of the most beautiful figures that you're going to see from a Wirewalker. The data is plotted as individual upcasts with each raw sample represented by a colored dot small enough to not overlap with the profile before or after it. So you can see 12 hours of 100 meters profiles from the same deployment as the previous one, where you can see temperature on the left and backscatter turbidity on the right. You see nicely internal wave raking that stir the sediments from the bottom up to 60 meters. Also, during a storm, winter storm, you can see water run from the rains. And
We're going to have to
if you have
close with
more
your
questions,
most beautiful slide.
yeah, I'm done. Thank you.
That's a great, beautiful, beautiful place to end. All right. Well, thank you all panelists for your presentations. We've just got a couple minutes left to take some questions from the audience. And I think the first question that I've got here in the list is a great one. And that is, this person would like to know if the panelist thinks there are ways that we could work to collaborate. And I think Tony already mentioned his collaboration with my team, and Tony's got a vehicle, and Chris has some sensors. So I definitely think, and Gino's Wirewalker is sensor agnostic. So it seems to me there's opportunities. I'd like to hear from you three what your thoughts are on that.
Well, I'm just going to say something really fast. Definitely the Wirewalker will be a great add to your project due to the vertical profiling qualities through the whole water column. And as we're sensor agnostic, we can add many different sensors. I'm really curious and talked about the chemical measurements that we have on this panel, and we'll talk about it in the future.
Hi, I would add, we have usually have multiple engineering vehicles, and we're very excited to try anybody's sensors. Assuming it's not too difficult an integration effort, but most of our boats are pretty empty inside. We also have bigger boats that have like 20 cubic feet. But we're very excited to try that. And so I would send the invite out for if you guys have any ideas or things you'd like to try.
That's great. And we've also already been talking to the Wirewalker team, for example, about integrating our sensors into that platform. That looks promising in some applications. There's a slight challenge in that the Wirewalker moves quite quickly at times, and our sensors are relatively slow, but minutes instead of sort of CTT speed. But nonetheless, there are some applications where that works and ways of using them. And thank you very much for the offer of putting them on other vehicles as well. It sounds great.
Yeah. So another audience member asked if we could speak to any university-based initiatives that resulted in commercial spin-offs. And I know each of you has some background or dual appointment currently in academia. So would any of you like to speak to that technology outcome?
Yeah, so it's exactly what I guess I've just been involved with. So that's taking IP that was developed in university and research organizations, and over some years actually trying to get that out commercially, and is now out commercially. So it's been about protecting and making sure that the IP was good and was valuable, and then getting some investment behind that to be able to, in our case, start a company. But of course, there other routes are available. There's usually plenty of companies out there interested in licensing good technology. So, but there's lots of people with experience here on this panel. But that's been my experience.
Thanks, Mark. Anybody else?
In my case, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
In my case, I've had about 30 years of interacting with universities and sort of one of my favorite things is actually succeeding in the commercialization aspect of what the university had or what we developed together. Um, in in this field, we've had some really good preliminary success with programs that we have with Texas A&M for how to develop these robots to be include artificial intelligence for the planning and to make it so one person with a cell phone can operate multiple vehicles. With Ifremer, they're kind of like a university. They're very academically oriented. They developed the water sampling system, and then we got the production contract to produce these. And we've had various users doing things like the beach and harbors in Los Angeles County for worrying about the lead content inside of Marina Del Rey as during the different tide changes, and how that's been changing since they got rid of lead-based bottom paints and have been able to keep people from throwing their batteries, into the water, things like that. So with universities, I would say it's you need to be patient. Professors and students go in cycles. Some years they're on sabbatical, or they have a lot of other things. But if you're patient, you continue the course. It's almost always worked out for us. It's just if you're saying like, hey, I have to have this out by third quarter, and you stick the university to a very definite timeline, you're not going to have as many successes as you would like.
Good afternoon and welcome back to the final panel of the day, in which we will be discussing energy innovation from the perspective of several technology developers and providers. I want to thank Michael and Dan for bringing us all together for this year's TMA Bluetech Week. I hope you found the presentations as interesting and informative as I have. Before we get started, I want to remind you to stick around after this panel to join us for the roundtable discussion. Bryson Robertson and I are hoping to encourage all of today's panelists and moderators to join us and to weigh in on some of the broad trends and developments that we're seeing in the marine energy sector. For this panel, each of our speakers will present some opening comments about their respective efforts, and we'll follow that up with some Q&A. Audience, please don't be shy and feel free to post questions that we'll get to at the end of the presentation. I have been informed that Lars Bjornsrud has been delayed in joining us today, so we're going to proceed without him for now, and hopefully he can join us as we proceed. So with that, I'll introduce Yi Chao, President and CEO of SeaTrek. Yi Chao, please proceed.
Thank you, Jason, for hosting this event. Thanks to TMA Bluetech to host this exciting week of seminars and presentations. I can have my first slides, please. I will take this opportunity to introduce our energy harvesting system, how we use that ocean thermal energy to power autonomous profiling floats. Next slide, please. Many of you are familiar with the profiling float. It's autonomous, it's disposable, so you can deploy in the ocean. There are 4,000 of these Argo float in the ocean already live. You can see in the green dots shown on my right panel. So they are reporting data every 10 days, the profile of temperature, salinity down to 2,000 meters. It's a remarkable success in the last decade or two, replacing ships and to provide autonomous persistence presence in the ocean, really truly 24/7 and 365 to reduce the cost of data collection in the open ocean dramatically. What I'm talking about today, this energy bottleneck, and then try to extend the capability of this type of profiling floats to extend the lifetime of these floats and at the same time to power more additional sensors in a sustainable way. The panel on the lower left show you the lifetime of these profiling floats is primarily powered by batteries, and the battery fully packed in the floats can last about 200 dives, after 200 dives, and then they essentially have to be replaced by a new one. As many of you know, it's more expensive to charter a boat to replace, to changing battery at sea. So basically every year you have to put in 1,000 more to replace the 1,000 dead ones. So the red dots show you all the historically so-called dead floats in the last reporting position, 1,000 meters. Next slide. This is a kind of problem SeaTrek started about decades ago. We are looking at ocean thermal energy is unlimited, associated with temperature difference between the warm surface water and the cold water at depths. We developed this NASA Jet Propulsion Lab, this technology. We have patent granted 2011, is convert this thermal energy into electricity. So we're using phase change materials, this material in the solid state in the cold water. As you come to the surface, you warm the material, you melt the material from solid to liquid. That's convert into a volume expansion. And if you package them in the container, they will expand in volume, they will generate hydraulic pressure, they spin the motor, and then generate electricity. Next slide, please. So we have been going through this transition from academic research to commercial applications. The panel on the right showing two different configurations. Our energy harvesting system can be attached to the Argo float to provide essentially unlimited endurance and also scalable to power more sensors. So we have been going through a spin-off from Caltech, academic place, and then into a commercial product, and then continue to get government funding, raise private capital, try to scale the production in the commercial application. Next slide, please. So I'm really happy to announce this new project we just started, just recently funded by the Schmidt Family Foundation through Schmidt Marine Technology Partners in collaboration with Professor Larry Mayer, University of New Hampshire, and Professor David Sunwell at the Scripps Institute of Oceanography, is really to integrate these three relatively mature technology, the profiling float used by the Argo program, and then this energy harvesting, we have been tested with a variety of different environments. And then the single beam echo sounder also being used for decades. So we essentially integrate this into a profiling float at 1,000 meters. We can ping the seafloor and then measure the travel time to derive the depth of the bathymetry. And then you'll come to the surface and then report the data back through satellite communication. And at the same time, every time you surface, you go through this cold, warm temperature difference. You will harvest that into electricity and then recharge the battery and continue again to go to the mission. We hope to deploy this validation float off the coast of Hawaii, showing on the right upper right corner. You can see is fully mapped near the coast of Hawaii because a lot of ship traffic, a lot of expeditions or research. So there will be a wonderful place to validate this new technology. And then really the goal is to map the gap of the global seafloor. The right lower panel showing off the coast of South America, Chile. You can see 80% of the ocean remain uncharted, and as hopefully to contribute this effort to a seabed 2030 is really try to fill as much gap as possible within this decade as a part of the Ocean Decade contribution. So I stop here, and then we can answer questions afterwards. Thank you very much.
Able. I am. Lars, are you prepared to present? I know you just got online.
Yep, I'm ready. I'm okay.
Wonderful. All right, with that, Lars Bjornsrud, Director of Marketing and Communications for Technic FMC. Welcome and take it away.
Thank you. You have my slides. There we are. So hi everyone, and thank you for the opportunity to speak about energy innovations at this year's Bluetech Week. Innovations and energy innovation, as well as other innovations, can take place at technology level and at product level. But there are also system level innovation. And Deep Purple, which I'm presenting today, is such a system level innovation. And in my presentation today, I will share with you what this system level innovation is. And you might wonder why we've called it Deep Purple. And some of you who are at a certain age, like me, know about the famous English rock band Deep Purple, but unfortunately there are no direct connections. Deep Purple involves the production of green hydrogen through the electrolysis of water powered by renewable energy. Hydrogen represents a crucial energy carrier for storage and transportation of energy, and we believe it will play a very important role to bring reliability, stability, and efficiency to renewable energy sources. Hydrogen can be used for decarbonization of heavy industries, transportation sectors, and converted to other zero-emission fuels. So Deep Purple is our initiative to innovate a complete zero-emission offshore energy system combining renewable energy with hydrogen. It can be configured to specific energy demand, including power generation, seawater treatment, electrolysis, hydrogen storage, and re-electrification. But then why the Deep Purple name? Well, deep refers to the environment Technic FMC operates in, deep waters and subsea. And when you burn hydrogen, it will emit a purple color. And purple is, by accident, also one of the colors in our company logo. But we actually made a connection with the band Deep Purple about 2 years ago at a festival here in Norway. One of the earlier band members, Jolene Turner, was playing at the festival, and we managed to meet up. And we told him about the project and asked actually for permission to use the name Deep Purple for our project. And he was very enthusiastic about our project and gave green light for us to use the Deep Purple name. Next slide, please. But first, a few words about Technip FMC. Our primary business is delivering projects, products, and services to the oil and gas industry. And we have a clear ambition to go beyond energies like oil and gas, providing solutions to the energy transition. Our world is offshore, subsea, and systems on platforms, but also systems for extraction of oil and gas on land. We're a $6.5 billion revenue company, employing about 20,000 people in 41 countries. Next slide, please. Going a little bit more into the details of our subsea business, this is where we find the experience and expertise to move beyond oil and gas. In subsea, we have products, technologies, and services to manage the flow of hydrocarbons coming from the reservoirs. And many of these are also suited, many of these products, technologies are also suited for offshore renewable business opportunities. Next slide, please. So we've been working with our Deep Purple concept for the past 5 years. And during the last 1 year, we've been in a system qualification phase. To qualify the system, we partner with energy companies like Swedish Vattenfall and Spanish Repsol, as well as technology providers like ABB, Nel, and others, and research organizations like SINTEF in Norway. Because bringing such complex energy system to market requires a high degree of collaboration. And this $10 million pilot project qualification program is supported by the Norwegian government through Innovation Norway. Next slide, please. So as mentioned initially, Deep Purple is our initiative to innovate a complete zero-emission offshore energy system, combining renewable energy with hydrogen. It can be configured to a specific energy demand, including power generation, seawater treatment, electrolysis, hydrogen storage, and re-electrification. Most of these building blocks are known technology. Putting them into a system used offshore is the innovation. In the case we're showing here, the renewable energy source is offshore floating wind. We delivered the first North Sea offshore floating wind farm to Equinor's Hywind Scotland a few years ago, and more of such offshore floating wind projects are planned. Other renewable energy sources could be tidal or wave, or in some cases we see a combination of these sources. A common characteristic of these renewable sources is that they are intermittent by nature. However, energy demand is fairly constant. Deep Purple is addressing this issue. One challenge is when the wind is not blowing. Another more positive challenge is when it's blowing way more than your demand is. Then what? Then you capture this surplus energy and store it, similar to how a hydropower-based energy system actually works. Next slide, please. So simply what we do is applying the known technology of electrolysis using the surplus electricity from the wind turbines when they produce more energy than demand, and then producing green hydrogen at a relatively low cost. Next slide, please. The hydrogen is compressed and stored in subsea tanks. In our current design, each of these subsea hydrogen storage modules can contain up to 12 tons of hydrogen, representing about 200 megawatt hours of electricity. If you compare this with the capacity in the battery, it represents the capacity of batteries of approximately 4,000 electric cars. Next slide, please. So when the electricity demand is higher than what the wind turbines can produce, the hydrogen is put into a fuel cell to produce electricity, also a known technology. Next slide, please. So let's move on and learn more about this new energy system. What we see through the windows of this control room is an opportunity that represents a total addressable market of about 6 gigawatts by 2030. And we see two main market segments, the first being offshore green hydrogen production and subsea infrastructure for coastal applications. Here, offshore hydrogen production will enable the harvesting of wind resources far from shore, where transport of electricity could be challenging. A hydrogen pipeline offers up to 10 times more capacity for energy transfer compared to a power cable, and our subsea storage system can be used to store large amounts of hydrogen close to end markets along the coastlines. The second is off-grid energy systems, delivering renewable and stable power to traditional energy installations offshore as well as remote islands. So let's move out and see more detail of this second segment. Next slide, please. So what we see here is the floating wind turbines producing electricity to a processing platform where electricity is distributed to end users. Hydrogen is produced, compressed, and stored subsea. Seawater is desalinated and cleaned, and fuel cells are burning hydrogen to produce electricity. What you saw in the control room is an advanced energy management system that monitors and controls the process to ensure stable electricity supply to end users. At the bottom, you see a typical graph showing the energy demand represented by the white line, electricity produced from the wind turbines in blue, both dark and light blue, and electricity produced from hydrogen in purple. At this particular time in the graph, we are in a situation where the wind turbines produce more electricity than demand, and this surplus energy, shown here as light blue, is used to produce and store hydrogen. So you see the hydrogen tanks are getting rather green, meaning they're getting very, very full. Next slide, please. As we move further out in time, we see that the wind turbines have stopped rotating and do not produce electricity. Hydrogen is then used to provide electricity to the end users. One of these end users could be an offshore oil and gas platform. Producing oil and gas emits large amount of CO2, and as an example, for Norway, this contributes to almost 30% of the country's total CO2 emission. Reducing this is fundamental for Norway to reach the requirements of the Paris Agreement. Providing renewable electricity to an oil platform by offshore floating wind only will reduce these emissions by 25 to 30%. By introducing deep purple and hydrogen into the equation, the reduction can be typically 80% and could go up to 100% reduction. Next slide, please. Here we've moved further out in time. There is still no wind, however, the hydrogen tanks still have capacity to produce electricity to meet demand. Next slide, please. Now we see that wind have started blowing again and is not entirely enough to meet demand, so hydrogen is required to produce additional electricity to meet this total demand. So here is a combination of electricity from hydrogen as well as from the wind turbines. Next slide, please. So here we're back in a good situation where the wind is providing the required electricity, and we can also produce hydrogen to fill up the tanks again. Providing stable renewable electricity to off-grid consumers like remote islands and offshore installations require a deep purple system. Using offshore floating wind only will not provide the stability required, and energy carriers like hydrogen is needed. The innovation in the deep purple system is to manage the complete off-grid energy system, optimizing the design of the facility with regard to the sizing of offshore floating wind farm, hydrogen storage, and processing capacities in order to meet energy demand at lowest cost. There are also innovations related to the subsea transportation and storage of pressurized hydrogen, including pipelines, connectors, and tanks. The energy management system also represents a new innovation. Next slide, please. Thank you for your attention.
Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you, Lars. And with that, Martin Edelin is up next. He's the Chief Executive Officer of Minesto. Martin, if you're ready, go ahead and proceed.
Thank you very much. It would have been much nicer to be in San Diego than Europe at this time of year. Nevertheless, it's good to be here, and I want to give you a little bit of an introduction to a tidal and ocean current energy technology that we've developed over many years, since 12 years back. And it's really a matter of bringing something to use to tackle about the same challenge as we heard Lars talking about, to get into net zero energy systems and balance the production with the demand. What we bring to the table is plannable and baseload type of generation. But I guess that we still, for tidal purposes, could have a good business relationship with Lars and his company on several applications. But what you see here is an historic picture for us. It's when we tow our power plant out to the production site this winter in the Faroe Islands to produce electricity to the grid for the first time with a kite-based tidal converter. So we are today one of very few companies that deliver tidal energy to a grid under a power purchase agreement. Minesto is also a listed company. So just to give you an idea, we are listed with a market cap around 3 billion US, which of course helps when you're bringing investments into the company and moving forward into scaling up the technology. Minesto is a company with 65 engineers today, 65 people, engineering heavy. And with that, I think we are one of the strongest engineering organizations in the world, focusing on bringing an ocean energy technology to life. And we have invested around $1 billion US in this, and a third of that is grants from the European Union, making us one of the largest contributors of investment funding from the EU as well. The technology, of course, I will show you in a minute, is still at an early stage. We're climbing the S-curve, but what is really good news for us after now almost a year of operations grid connected is that we have started the scale up into megawatt devices and commercialization. So you can say that on the innovation curve, the S-curve, we now reached a point where the performance and the cost structure, what we're doing, has sort of passed the point where we actually can move into commercial operations. I think you deserve to see how the technology works. If I can get the next slide, please. Here you see, I hope you can see the animation, how it moves. This is a system, you can look upon it as an underwater airplane tethered to the seabed, attached with a wire with cables in it as well. And then a wing structure that collects the energy and a lifting force is generated. So with a nice control system and rudders on board, we can fly this in a trajectory of an 8. And that means that we can sweep a large area of the sea, a large transection, collect energy not only from highly intense tidal currents, but also from lower intensity currents such as ocean currents and a much larger market of tidal currents. So it's built on high-speed rotation and low weight on the systems. Weight-wise, we're even a 10th or 20 times lighter than most ocean energy technologies in the wave and tidal sector. So this principle also makes it possible to reach far into this untapped energy source of tides and currents, the linear kinetic energy in the oceans. And of course, as we all know, the tides, they go by the clock, so we can also plan the production in a really, really good way. Which means, for instance, if we want to add energy storage to it, Lars and his colleagues will be able to offer something that is optimized in scale, and we will not lose anything because we know exactly when we produce and when we're not producing. The lightweight systems and the way of collecting energy, those principles, also put us in an extremely favorable position cost-wise. To be lightweight, to have really cheap installation procedures, brings us into a situation where after a few turns and twists of build out here, we will compete easily with offshore wind cost-wise. And I think that's one of the most the boldest claims in our sector when it comes to delivering customer value. If we move into the next picture, I'll show you some action from real operations. Those are some drone footage from a small village in the Faroe Islands. This is quayside operation. It's just a lorry crane moving this 100 kilowatt system out. We're using a small workboat. It scales well, so the megawatt device under production is also perfectly fine with exactly the same type of installation procedures. We're using a frame to get it into position, and this is an absolute key aspect of bringing marine energy into the commercial sphere, that you can touch your systems more frequently than you want, that you can inspect, that you can work with them, and also survive short service intervals. That's the nature of all immature technologies. Here you see a production mode from a GoPro camera on board of the system. We've had extremely good results performance-wise and are spot on our CFD estimates of how much energy would produce. So I think that's a little bit of action. If we move to the next, I'll show you the project portfolio where we are. We're working on 3 tidal projects, and shortly after we will see work in Florida and Taiwan on the ocean currents. Particularly the site off Lake Worth in Florida is really interesting for our technology. We may have to scale it up a little bit towards 2 to 3 megawatt units, which will help cost of energy even further, but to reach the right production context that's needed for the ocean currents that we've identified. Apart from that, the Faroe Islands, 100 megawatts to be installed. The UK, the biggest market in Europe, where we have our operations team in Wales. We're developing an 18 megawatt site, and we're collaborating with EDF in France on a site there. We have a strategic partnership with Schneider Electric to be able to bring the higher system level offer to the customers. And the utility in the Faroes, SEV, is a long-term partner for us to realize a 100% renewable energy system in the Faroes. So with that, I think I can show you my last slide here, which is a picture of the system that is now in production. We think it looks pretty cool. This is the Dragon class 1.2 megawatt system that will go into a grid-connected operation in the Faroe Islands towards the end of next year. And this is also the platform that we commercialize, both on the large-scale array park level, but we're also putting a 100 kilowatt device in for more, let's say, customized microgrid systems, and that goes into the water already first quarter next year. So with this, I hope I've given you a brief introduction to what we're doing at Minesto, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Martin. Very exciting technologies. Glad to see your company progressing.
Thank you.
And now for our final panelist, we have David Marchetti, Senior Director of Ocean Power Technologies. David, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for including myself and our technology in Bluetech Week. Today, I'll be telling you a little bit about our remote wave energy products and give you a little bit overview of where we stand in the development and some of our recent pilot projects that we've done. Next slide, please. For those of you not familiar with Ocean Power Technologies, we provide remote offshore power solutions, and we play in the markets listed there. So it's anywhere from oil and gas to defense and security, science and research, and communications. Next slide, please. Some quick facts about Ocean Power. We are a public company based in New Jersey. I am based in Houston, Texas myself. We've been in business since '94, and we have a small operation relatively to some of the other companies, around 50 people, and most of those are engineers and installation technicians. We also have sales offices in Houston, Texas, Indonesia, and the UK. Next slide, please. So a little bit overview on some of the products that we offer right now. Our PB3 is our flagship. It is a wave energy converter that basically converts wave energy into local electric power offshore. We also, for areas where there aren't a lot of wave activity, we offer a solar solution with a backup Stirling engine. And then we also offer a subsea battery for areas where they need immediate power. That subsea battery is focused on shallow water applications, 500 meters. And I'd like to tell you a little bit about some of the projects that we're working on right now and that we've done recently. This project was with a company called Eni, which is an oil company based in Italy. This project was to provide a buoy that would use wave energy to actually charge underwater vehicles. This one was for an unmanned platform, so they used the buoy to actually monitor the area. They charged an underwater vehicle so they would have eyes on the underwater activities. So that way they didn't have to worry about manned vessels. It reduced their carbon footprint and also gave them real-time data. One of the best things about our buoys is that it can send real-time data versus via a 4G network, Wi-Fi, or satellite, whatever the customer needs. Those buoys are rated, they generate power a lot smaller than the Monesto one. They generate power more in the 3 kilowatts. And for an example, in this area, even with small waves, we were generating 600 to 700 watts continuous. And it was a very successful project. They now want to move to the next step, which will be providing multiple buoys around the world. This was a pilot project from 2018 through 2020. Next slide, please. So another project that we did recently was for Premier Oil, which is now Harbor Energy. This was a little bit different application, and I wanted to show you some of the applications for our buoys. Our buoys, we consider them to be like a remote power generator. So if, like a construction site, except your construction site is out in the middle of nowhere. And we used this one again was using wave energy, but they used it for surveillance. They were doing decommissioning activities. They wanted something to reduce their carbon footprint. They typically had used vessels, fishing vessels, to use as guard vessels. Instead, they decided to use our buoy, and our buoys include, as you can see on the top there, radar. It includes infrared cameras and an AIS, so that then it can actually track vessel activity in the area. You can use it for monitoring illegal fishing, or you could use it for monitoring other illegal activities like smuggling. This is our project right now that we're doing off the coast of Chile, which is pretty exciting. It is for environmental monitoring, and it is for a company called Enel Green Power, which all you know is another renewable company. They are using it to check to see if anything in the water will change migration patterns, will change the water quality. And right now we're seeing that there is no effect by having our buoy there. And it's been deployed off the coast of Chile since May. Next slide, please. That's it. That's all I have for you today. I hope you enjoyed that. And if you need any more information, here is my contact information at the bottom here.
Wonderful. Thank you, David, for that presentation. And that concludes the 4 presentations we have for you today. And we're going to move into some question and answer. I've been keeping a few notes here, and we're looking for questions from the audience, so feel free to step up. Let me start perhaps with Lars. First of all, as a guitar player, as the Deep Purple thing, I just can't resist. Their signature song, of course, Smoke on the Water. We're going to have to help them come up with something a little bit more modern, reflecting the hydrogen economy and renewable energy. So let's put our heads together and come up with a new idea for Deep Purple. Lars, let's talk a little bit about your technology. How should we ask this? So the model that you presented there is an opportunity to produce and utilize the hydrogen in a centralized location at sea with batteries, with the hydrogen functioning as a storage medium. So that makes a lot of sense. But do you think that hydrogen will be able to serve existing markets in the hydrogen markets, including, for example, refining and fertilizers, and perhaps for the growing markets around transportation and electricity production onshore.
Yes, we believe, as Sat mentioned, the two segments. One being providing off-grid, stable off-grid renewable energy solutions, where hydrogen can be the battery that balances it, which I explained. But also, one of our projects that we're looking at is to replace coal in an industrial process with hydrogen. So we see also hydrogen as a factor into certain industrial processes. We know that a lot of the shipping companies and the companies providing main engines for large seagoing vessels are looking at ways to find other fuels than the bunker fuel that they're using today. And the shipping industry has also set very high targets for emission reductions, which require them to find alternative fuels. And ammonia is another sort of version of hydrogen that is a fuel that they're looking at finding ways so they can have a dual fuel engine that uses both diesel or bunker fuel as well as ammonia. So we see a lot of interest in using hydrogen into various industrial processes and into the transport sector primarily. But then we see the transport sector being primarily sort of heavy consumers like seagoing vessels, not so much the car industry. I think the Teslas of the world has found that batteries are very effective for cars and not necessarily hydrogen fuel cells are so effective.
Excellent, thank you. I know that in the European Marine Energy Centre in Scotland, they're experimenting with using marine energy to produce hydrogen, powering local seagoing vessels, as well as perhaps some public transportation options in that island. So very exciting, thank you. And clearly the hydrogen conversation is one that has expanded quickly over the last couple of years, and it's very interesting to see the synergy of hydrogen with the renewable sector, and I think we're all interested over the next decade to see how that plays out. Martin, let's turn to you for a moment. So the Minesto technology you presented, I think you said, was a 300 kilowatt machine. I'm curious, sort of physically speaking, is there how do you see the scaling of your technology? Is there an upper limit there, as we see in other marine energies, where it's a function, in most cases for wave energy, for example, you simply can't keep making the thing ever larger. At some point, you're riding across the top of the wave crest. But with the Minesto technology, do you see an upper limit there?
Yes, it's the technology scales well. So where we are today is that we're building two 1.2 megawatt machines. And that's a 12 to 14 meter wingspan, depending on what energy density we have in the water. But what we're simulating and looking into for the ocean current sites is 3 megawatt machines. And then we're talking about a 20 meter wingspan. And a lot of the hydrodynamic properties actually improve when you scale it up a little bit. But as you clearly point out and understand here, we need more maneuvering space and space to turn the systems. So we're talking about larger water depths, maybe 200, 300, 400 meters of water depth to deploy those 3 megawatt systems. For the future, I don't think that we will not see the same extreme journey as with wind, where we talk now about 10, 15 megawatt units. But I'd say that there is a practical limit, perhaps around 5 megawatts moving forward. But there are also other aspects to the cost of energy relationship to scale here. For us, it's not just about growing. And for smaller water depths, we will talk about smaller systems. So a 100 kilowatt machine needs maybe 25 meters of water depth. And it would be impossible to fly the megawatt systems at 25 meters. They need 50 to 60 meters.
Excellent, thank you. David, let's turn to you for a moment. So first of all, it's wonderful to see OPT's progress over the years. And it seems you've already successfully tapped into some of the existing market opportunities that we now refer to as the powering the blue economy, or PBE markets, versus going straight to utility scale. How do you see OPT's future? Are you focused exclusively on these PBE markets, or do you see the opportunity to use them to scale to utility or larger markets?
So for us, we did originally play in the utility market, and as one of the panelists mentioned, you get to a certain point where it's currently the technology is not cost effective compared to some of the other options. But what we are doing is we're commingling multiple, as we call, power takeoffs, which is the way you translate power from the waves into electric power. And so we are able to put those together and actually generate a large amount of power. We see the future is where we're actually about to put to power all electric trees. If you put a few of our buoys together, it's actually enough to power an all electric tree on the seafloor, which I'm sure Lars is very aware of. And so we see more and more demand for that. And we also see that there's some other applications. I didn't talk much about it, but we see a real demand for our technology for defense, and for like port security, where you're able to use our surveillance equipment and reduce the number of manned interventions. Then you don't put crews at harm. You can actually put our buoys out there to do surveillance in the middle of the night, 24 hours a day. And so I think what we see is being able to, the key growth area for us is to being able to get the buoys, the installation in faster and less expensive. In fact, we have some projects that we're working on where you can actually remotely install buoys out of the back of military vehicles and ships and things like that. So that's where we see a big growth area. I don't see us growing in utility scale at this point, although I will say we are doing a Department of Energy project right now, interestingly enough, to scale up the buoy. So as Martin said, there's a certain size that we can keep. The buoy we have now is specifically to fit in a 40-foot container so that it could be shipped very easily around the world. But we are now going to the next level. So ours is rated nameplates around 3 kilowatts. We're now developing one that's somewhere between 15 and 25 kilowatts. So not as large as what Martin has, but it's needed for certain applications.
Yeah, excellent. Well, anyone who has worked in the marine renewable sector long enough knows the history of some of the first companies that attempted to move to utility scale as quickly as possible, and there were obviously a lot of issues that it's hard to foresee, especially if you don't take an iterative process with your technology development. And I'm very encouraged by the powering blue economy markets that have provided some sectors for companies to operate today and develop some cash flow. And continue to build experience with their technologies and improve them over time. And it does make sense that that might provide an excellent pathway to grow the technologies, to scale the technologies, and to one day be able to compete more directly with some of the other more well-established renewable technologies that are already online and coming online. Yi, let's turn to you for a moment. There's obviously one of the most important powering the blue economy sectors is the ocean observation. I think for a lot of folks it was an eye-opener to see the amount of effort and investment that's made into data collection around the world. It's an enormous market, and your company is one that I think is on the cutting edge of tapping into that and providing some significant benefits. I'm curious to what extent you've seen some advantages in driving the market for these new technologies, being driven by any kind of government policies or preferences in terms of using these technologies moving forward for their, like for example, NOAA's efforts on data collection. So have you worked with NOAA specifically or any other governmental agencies that have provided some opportunities for you to deploy and use your technology?
Yeah, we have been working with a number of different government agencies in the U.S. and start with the technology was developed at NASA, funded by the seed effort funded by NASA, and then eventually move into the DoD, the Office of Naval Research, for some of the military requirements and drivers. And then also we have worked with NOAA as well. Go back to the power of the blue economy, ocean observing. I think as we move away from the great power from some of the colleague speakers, talk about the big power generation to a more niche market, and you have a different type of challenges. You have very diverse customer base and even the market sectors. So it does require a number of different approaches. And David made a good case study, the buoys to power the underwater charging stations. There's a tremendous amount of surface vehicles being developed powered by solar and waves and winds. And then we are tapping along this ocean thermal in the interior. And there's because of diverse market, you need a diverse approaches and to address this very kind of fragmented, if you want to call the different demands.
Thank you. So let's move from sort of company-specific questions to some questions and observations about energy innovation in general. All of you are energy innovators in the green economy and blue economy. And over the last few years, there's clearly been an enhanced focus on improving our operations at sea, decarbonizing those efforts, and generally reducing our impacts on the ocean and improving our understanding of the ocean and its processes. So, regarding these, the innovation aspect of your day jobs, let's talk about that a little bit. So, for example, perhaps some of you may have opinions on whether innovation in the blue economy or with clean energy in general is exceeding or lagging behind innovation, say the traditional or conventional energy sectors. Feel free, anyone who wants to weigh in on that, just go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, we're obviously lagging. I mean, there are not even 100 megawatts of, if you're not counting wind, which is not ocean energy the way I see it. I think wind has a lot of merits, but if you want to collect energy from the oceans, I mean, that's a sector where there is a natural resource that is basically untapped today. And I think that's a challenge for this sector because we are compared with much more mature energy sources. And I still think that the net zero vision will need complementary energy generation. Even if Lars will take us far with compensating for the lack of predictability and matching demand with supply, I think we may even benefit more from those solutions because we have a very, let's say, easy to analyze context. We would know exactly how to scale and dimension storage to what we're doing because it's predictable. So there are a lot of reasons why we need to do better and do more in pushing ocean energy quicker. But we are lagging, and there's been a lot of different technologies with tidal, with wave, that has not delivered over the years. So we just have to be clear that we need to be much better and move faster than we've done historically. And I think that what several of the companies represent here, Lars with enabling technologies, that will help. I mean, C-Trek and Professor Chow, that's something that makes it more cost effective to learn about the ocean. And we need to learn even more about how those natural resources really behave. And I also think that with David's solutions there, with already in a commercial mode, with a lot of experience of operating at sea and also finding niche applications. I mean, if you combine those things with some brave candidates to be, let's say, dominant design solutions for this, we can give the world up to 10-15% of the global energy need from those natural resources. And I don't think we can afford to sort of leave that behind. So that's my my bold declaration as input to this. Thank you.
Thank you, Martin. Anyone else want to weigh in on that question?
Yeah, I can echo that, Martin. I think it's I'm also very impatient. I think it's we need to accelerate these innovations. The world needs clean energy, and it needs it fast. But at the same time, in the ocean space, we need to have respect and be mindful about the life in the ocean space, which we're sort of competing with. So understanding that is fundamental. We have to hurry up, but we have to do it carefully and be mindful of others sort of having their life in the ocean space. But there is a duality here, because we're also competing with innovations within traditional oil and gas, and there will be still innovations within oil and gas, and they often have a very clear demand because there is a market immediately for those innovations. The timing is a little bit slower for the renewable energy solutions, unfortunately. So that's one of my frustrations. I think we need to prioritize much more efforts into the renewable energy innovations in order to take the steps we need to take in order to manage the energy transition much faster.
Thank you.
Well said by Martin. The only thing I want to add, this is a good timing, and there's a tremendous increase of awareness from the society, and this is the ocean of decades, and then there's a significant momentum being built up, but starting this year, the ocean of a decade of development sustainability. So I think there's a momentum. It's up to us to step up and to meet those challenges.
Yes. So I was going to ask you whether some of the policies that have been developed over the past few years to address climate change, how those have helped you or affected your respective businesses and technology development. But I want to alter that a little bit and ask, which policies are still out there that are adversely affecting your ability to proceed as companies, as technology developers? Are there still lingering policies or basic operating procedures with financing or with government, with regulation that are impeding your efforts?
How many hours do we have?
Point
Now,
6.
Not to joke. I mean, there are obviously a lot of policies now that are favorable and that supports this transition. And I think that's the first thing to say. It is that we are slowly getting awake and alive here to make this transition. So it's a lot up to us also to offer solutions policy-wise to what we need. But I think there is one area, the classic area of environmental permitting, that we need to look seriously into. We need to protect the local environment, the marine life, very important. But at the same time, climate change is threatening that local marine life. So I think we need to find more clever ways of quickly getting experimental installations out, small-scale installations, and study and learn from them instead of having to provide evidence before they are installed. That is one of the factors that creates unnecessary risk to already risky new technologies and slow down projects. I think that's an area where policymakers can do more short term. So that's my wish list, if I can have one item on it.
I agree. I'll add to that is that we've typically any new technology, whether it's been wind or ocean power, anything on the surface, we find that people don't want that in their neighborhood. They need the power. It's like anything. Nobody wants an oil refinery in their neighborhood. Nobody wants to see wind turbines. We have been. It took us a year to get the permit to do off Chile, just because there was nothing else in the water. It was a fishing village, nothing there. And we finally had to, as you mentioned, Martin, we had to make the extra effort to go down there, meet with the locals, and explain to them what was going on. And that's why we have so many sensors hanging off of our buoy, is they want to make sure that even our buoy will not change the pristine conditions. And so I think if you work with them, I find from our business, it's more the communities than it is the government regulators. We've had a lot of support from Department of Energy in the U.S. and other entities that want to try renewable energy, but it's really how do you educate the public and how do you work with them to address their concerns and ensure them that we want to be as successful as them, and we do not want to change migration patterns. We don't want to change the quality of their life, but we've worked extra hard to try and do that.
So in my area, for the niche market, and then for us, adapting new technology certainly is challenging, but particular renewable solutions and then reducing costs is probably one of the challenge we are facing. To have the right policy doesn't have to be subsidizing the energy costs, but even encouraging the use of renewables and then protect our environments and then being clean and sustainable. That would be tremendous help for the industry, particularly for startup companies.
Just to add a little bit, I agree we need to pilot, we need to test, and we need to learn, and we need to scale, and that needs to be incentivized. So we need a regime so you incentivize those kind of activities, and we see within the EU, for instance, there are incentives in order to do that. There's also a need for a system to punish those who pollute. There has to be a global way of doing that, otherwise it won't work. So you have to have a global system for CO2 pricing, for instance. Otherwise it's very hard to get this moving. So these two things together, I think is important.
Lars, I'm glad you brought that up. The one of our biggest challenges, I think, in the renewable sector is the inertia of the incumbent sectors. We have not yet disincentivized the status quo. We're doing our best to incentivize these new emerging technologies, but it's a difficult climb uphill, especially with the costs associated with building and deploying some of these machines in the ocean environment. And David and Martin, to your point around the regulatory environment here in Oregon, we've in process of constructing the PacWave wave energy test site off of Newport, Oregon. Construction has begun, but that was about a 6-year permitting process to get the permits to build a test site. So, of course, our hope is that good work and hard work will have some long-term benefits to anyone who wants to move forward with the project, having answered perhaps many questions around what's required around monitoring and mitigation. But we'll see how that plays out. But it does speak to some of the challenges. In the final, minute and a half here, let's talk about money. What's changed, if anything, for your access to capital to help develop your emerging technologies? And if you can quickly try to get through that, we'll finish here in about 1 minute.
Yeah, if I start, I can say that the access to capital today, if you want to build projects and scale projects, is huge. The challenge is to find the capital for your first scale-up project. But I also think that if you look at the really big players, the project developers in the world today, it's they are moving into this to learn and to sort of enter into new areas. So I'd say access to capital has never been more positive in that sense. And it also helps when guys like Lars and Technip FMC, when those guys come in and provide enabling technologies. I mean, if Deep Purple can substitute AC/DC cabling, I mean, that will expand our market, and there will be supporting technologies that gives even further strength to what we're doing. Sorry for that one. I couldn't help myself.
That's a fantastic pun. It's a great way to end today's presentation. Deep Purple and AC/DC. Here's to rock and roll. All right, gentlemen, thank you all so much. Excellent presentations today. And I would remind everyone, please stick around in just a few minutes. We're going to start a roundtable and back out a little bit and see what we can take away from today's presentations. Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.